24/7 arrival site, is to consolidate that so that those sorts of activities can be carried out.
So whatever information we have about asylees now is based on what was captured at the border?
No, not necessarily. Well, let me say this: the rationale for opening this 24/7 intake, or what are we calling it?
Arrival center.
Arrival center, is so that it provides us more time to be able to sit down with an asylum seeker who just arrived in the city, to be able to provide them with all the needs that they have. I went through this when we first responded at Port Authority, and we're trying to support people as they were arriving. It's just impossible. It's just people are getting off the bus after 4 days or 3 days being on the bus. So the most immediate support that they needed was water, food, emergency health care, and so on, and then connecting them to a place where they can rest and then, eventually have some emergency shelter. The idea was to then connect them to a social worker that then can, gather that information. But there is just a limited amount of information that we can collect. We can't collect immigration status, for instance, information that for a variety of reasons we are not allowed to collect. So in setting up this 24/7 arrival center, it'll give us more time to do this type of orientation. Orientations also take a lot of coordination between us and the providers, and training of those providing orientation, because this is a legal orientation for immigration benefits. So it's not something that is easily done, and I would say that we're moving towards this, and we hope to have something up and running soon. But again, we've been trying to catch up this whole time. In the last week, we've been welcoming 600 to 800 people a day. It's just really hard logistical, I think, situation for us to be able to then provide the services that people need right as they arrive.
Yeah, we want to share in the success stories, right, of the folks that have come into the system and that we've helped along. It's just concerning when it just seems chaotic as far as not knowing, everyone's different status, right? If someone is eligible for asylum, if someone's eligible for work authorization, those numbers are never going to, they're just going to continue going up without any change unless we're doing something to triage folks to move them along. And I think that's really our concern.
We agree. We've been trying to figure this out, and it's been
but what's been the biggest obstacle? Is it money? Is it bureaucracy? Is it too many agencies involved? What is it?
I think there are some policies in place that are meant to protect, immigrants from city government collecting data that might lead to immigration enforcement having access to it, right? And so these laws were in place to protect immigrants who might not want to provide, that type of information, which limits us.
But what type of information is provided to the folks that ultimately end up in the city of New York? What information is, if they're not giving it to us when they arrive, what information is provided at the border before they're sent to New York?
Thank you. So at the border, Customs and Border Protection conducts a screening, not to understand their status, but to process them at that point. Certain individuals are paroled into the United States for a temporary period so that they can assert their claim for asylum or some other humanitarian protection. And some are released on recognizance into the United States. So there are different micro statuses that are temporary and that allow the individual in so that they can claim asylum. And the policies are changing. Sometimes individuals under Title VIII are issued a credible fear interview, which in which they need to demonstrate that they may have a claim for asylum. But to answer your earlier question, like why is this so hard and why is it taking so long? Eligibility for asylum is not a simple thing. Asylum is not something that everyone can or should access. And one's eligibility for asylum depends upon whether they've been persecuted in the past based on certain protected claims, such as their political opinion, their religion, their race, their nationality, etc. And so in order to assess someone's eligibility for asylum, you have to sit down with them. A trained individual needs to sit down with them and ask them about their life story and get to those details. And then, you know, with the attorney support, provide them with an assessment of their eligibility. And it's a complex process that is very sensitive. And so to have those eligibility conversations with tens of thousands of people requires a great deal of capacity. And we've been working, as Commissioner said, to try and find a way to maximize access to those screenings. I think the real response to your question is that accessing work authorization is extremely challenging and difficult. And when that work authorization is tied to asylum eligibility, even more so, which is why the city's been calling for humanitarian parole for longer periods than just a few weeks or a few months, because individuals can access work authorization under that temporary status instead of going through the whole process of understanding asylum eligibility than applying. Also, TPS is quicker. So, you know, there are ways to access work authorization more quickly, different temporary status paths, but it is a very complex and challenging task to assess everyone's eligibility for work authorization.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. And we are working to figure out how to best survey, you know, the specific needs of asylum seekers and provide the support that they need. Collecting information has been challenged, but we're working through this. And I think that the Wall Street Journal yesterday had some reporting. They interviewed, I guess, the president, and the president said, yes, it's going to be chaotic, you know, next couple of weeks.
It's a hell of a strategy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. My last question, I'm going to turn over to my co-chair. We still haven't seen the letter. The entire press corps has seen the letter, but we haven't seen it, of the city asking for everyone to sort of evaluate if there's any space in city buildings for asylees. Who is running point on that operation, assessing space?
Our chief of staff, city's chief of mayor's chief of staff. Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that's what you're referring to.
Yes.
The letter. I mean, it's we've been very open about this. We need space. You know, we need to find at this point. Like 8 months ago, or 9, whenever it was that we had the facility at Randall's Island, you know, advocates and everyone said, well, you need to house people in hotels, and now we have, and we've turned over 126 hotels, I forget, something like this, hotels into emergency shelters. Again, that is a feat on its own. It used to take about a year to open one, and we've done over 120 in just the last year. Now we're looking for space everywhere we can find. And I appreciate, and I see many council members who welcomed asylum seekers to your districts and have many of these hotels. And I know your staff has been providing support, ongoing support to asylum seekers. It's just, we need more space, especially if one hotel can accommodate 100, 200 people, but we're receiving 800 a day. Is just logistically, it really is sort of a nightmare to be able to find enough space for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's not possible, right? And I think that speaks to our concern about trying to get folks through the system, because otherwise it's going to be insurmountable. Before I turn over to my co-chair, I want to acknowledge we've been joined by council members De La Rosa, Dinowitz, Joseph, Schulman, Krishnan, and Barron. Commissioner and your team, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Hanif.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, and deep gratitude to my colleagues who are here. And just on housing, I'd like to expand on this a bit. Totally agree that we are in a moment of really needing to make sure that every asylum seeker has access to shelter and dignified living conditions. However, I'm deeply concerned that this week families with children were housed overnight in a Gramercy Police Training Academy in a congregate setting. The last time this arrangement occurred in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Sandy, a child was sexually assaulted. I very much understand that the city has opened over 120 emergency shelters and converted hotels and is struggling to secure further spaces. However, this arrangement is wholly unacceptable. Could you share how many children were housed in this setting and how many adults?
Well, I'll have to get back to you on exactly those numbers. You know, the what was it, Thursday or Friday? It was somewhat of I wouldn't say surprise because this has been ongoing, but it was a bit of it was very difficult to manage so many people. These were asylum seekers that came on flights, and that then we had to figure out shelter for, and so there was a scramble to find space because at that point we had been it had been very difficult, right? This recent surge. You know, happened very quickly. We knew we would see a surge after Title 42 was lifted this Friday, but it happened sooner. And so the old police academy was the most viable option for us to provide the emergency shelter. Those families were moved eventually to the PATH intake in process, as all the families are. And we'll get you the specific numbers, and I'm sure my colleagues at DHS or Emergency Management will provide more information about what happened there, and in a full report by them. I did visit the academy the following day. I didn't meet children, but I was there with the asylum seekers who were there. And again, many of them arrived overnight. It was chaotic because they flew in different flights. They had to be transported from the airport to the police academy. And so, yeah, it's tough to see. Again, I'm just grateful that we're able to provide a place to sleep and shelter in an immediate way. When I was at El Paso, and you've seen reports, people are literally sleeping out in the streets, and so it's a tough situation, and so we're working our best to find places for people to sleep and have a place to rest as they arrive, and we hope that this situation doesn't happen again. But again, it's a very difficult time.
I absolutely understand the chaotic nature of families arriving. So to clarify, all the families who are at this overflow site have been moved to the PATH Intake Center. So this overflow center is not being used currently. No one is living there right now. Are you able to confirm that?
Not children. I believe still adults are there as we figure out, hotel space and other shelter space that they can move to. But families have been relocated to their standalone facilities.
I mean, this incident, of course, raises concerns about children being in congregate settings. Can the administration commit to not housing families with children overnight in congregate settings moving forward?
Well, I'll have to defer to the folks who manage these responses, but yeah, I agree that they're not locations that are ideal for children. I've been to too many of the congregate shelters. It's tough. It's a tough environment. But yeah,
No, I appreciate you saying that this is not an adequate space, particularly for children who are coming out of this traumatic migration and then needing to be in a packed room with adults and other children. But I'd also like to know, I'm assuming that you're part of these conversations about where we will house asylum seekers. And, you know, as the lead immigrant rights agency in New York City, in your role, do you feel that what happened with housing folks, families in this center is acceptable?
Well, we certainly express our concerns and our, our recommendations, but we also understand. Early on, we were very involved in like the sort of day-to-day of where people would be housed or provided shelter. Now it's just such a massive, operations, and we're having to find places every single day, so we're not involved in everything. And some things we only hear about after the fact, like the situation. And I responded, I was at the police academy the following day to see what the situation looked like. Our staff was there to support. But again, from the beginning, our position was that we needed to use hotels to house asylum seekers with families and children. These were the more adequate spaces for them to be. But again, the situation is an emergency, and we've been calling a crisis in part because this is how asylum seekers are experiencing this. That they themselves are going through crisis, and we want to be as supportive as possible. Yeah, and again.
Well, I appreciate the acknowledgement and the honesty of sharing just how the agency was used at the start of when we began to welcome families versus now. And that, of course, concerns me because you and your team are the lead, or who we look to for the expert knowledge or the wisdom on how to protect immigrants, asylum seekers, undocumented people. So it's concerning to me that your team's role has sort of tapered away or is less involved than it was early on. And so I have some questions about the temporary overflow facilities, like the Gramercy Academy, because for me, this seems like this won't be the last time that we use an overflow site. And however, with Moya's role sort of tapered here, I'm curious if you know about how these facilities function. I mean, you mentioned that you visited. Could you give us a visual on how it looked and what was available? I had read, we hadn't gotten a briefing on this, but I had read that the bathrooms were in a separate floor. Could you just describe how the facility functions and facilities like this, the overflow centers? Because they're not considered a HERC. This is not considered a HERC nor considered a shelter. This is a third tier of emergency housing.
Yeah, this was something that we had to find very quickly, and Moya continues to be, very engaged on, like I said, we're on calls on a daily basis about this, multiple calls. We're not a big team, as you know. We're trying to keep up with everything happening, and this situation in particular had happened so quick that this was the best location we were able to find to set up cots and bring people to from the airport. Often we hear, from folks at Port Authority, if you have no place to send people to, then they'll end up in the streets by Port Authority, and that's what we're trying to avoid anywhere.
Will you give us a glimpse of the Gramercy Academy?
It's the old police academy that we use the gym, the gymnasium, right? Part of it to set up cots, and NYCM Emergency Management, along with other providers, were there in support. And much of what you see at the other NYCM or HERC-run facilities, we try to provide basic intake, an assessment of needs, immediate needs, water, things that people would need right as they arrived. And when I visited, it was the middle of the day and people were exhausted. Some were still sleeping, you know, so I wanted to make sure that if there were any needs that my team could help address, that we could step in. But it's a gym, you know.
Right.
I think emergency management here is critical because this is what they would do in the case of a natural disaster, right? Set up these kinds of, you know, emergency facilities.
Sure. Do right to shelter protections apply to these facilities?
Well, I'll defer to my colleagues at DHS and City Hall for that.
This is raising concerns because, again, you know, the way we're receiving information is this is an intra-agency coordinated effort, and my expectation is that I'll receive a response around whether there's adherence to our city's already existing right to shelter mandate, and so deferring to another agency really like it's really worrisome that we're not getting adequate, sufficient information about exactly what's happening in these additional tiers of facilities to provide overnight stay for families with children. So, you know, I just want to emphasize right now that we need to pass Intro 942, which would apply right to shelter protections, no matter which agency has oversight on any tier of housing accommodations for asylum seekers, including prohibiting families with children from being housed in congregate settings, to all facilities run by the city. Immigrants should not be carved out from these essential services that ensure basic safety and dignity. I'm also aware that the administration is exploring non-traditional settings such as parks, parking lots, airplane hangars as sites for additional HERCs. Want to emphasize again that many of my colleagues and I oppose outdoor spaces being used as housing and encourage the administration to prioritize brick and mortar facilities. Can you describe the administration's plans for opening new HERCs and the process for identifying sites?
Yes, you know, there's internal and ongoing discussions about all possible options, and we can continue to collect options, again, to avoid the situation that we just, you know, spoke about. We just need to be able to plan this out, but we don't have a whole lot of time. You know, it's.
Well, why isn't there been a planning model? Is the idea that the new Office of Asylum Seeker Operations will be where Interim Director Molly and her team determine the available vacant spaces for housing? Because, you know, the council has been calling for long-term planning, because what we are seeing over the last year, we knew that there would be a continuity of arrivals to the city. So to be at a place where we're still scrambling and identifying Flushing Meadows Park, Prospect Park, Central Park, I mean, feels quite amateur.
So we, you know, the plan was to house asylum seekers in hotels until frankly, until something happened at the federal level, or, you know, there was intervention there. We've exhausted the available hotel space. We continue to look for more hotel space, but we're at over 120. I know we're working in a few other sites that might be able to accommodate people, but again, you know, we don't have unlimited hotels, and if this continues and we hit 100,000 people, especially at the height of tourism, you know, season, it just gets really difficult to find the space, and so we have to find alternative space and plan this out. Again, you know, we heard from advocates and everyone when we set up the facility at Randall's Island. We began to house people in as many hotels as we could find and able to lease. But this is just, again, unprecedented. We haven't seen this in modern history, we haven't seen this in New York. And other cities are certainly not leasing hotels. They're putting people in I know Chicago has put people in police stations throughout the system. So.
Sure, and totally understand. I guess, it would be good to know some clarity on, well, whose role will it be to determine what the housing plan looks like for the long term and not just the short term, and if that's the Office of Asylum Seeker Operations.
That is, and that team has been working on this, yeah, which is why there was a call to provide ideas as to where we can turn facilities into emergency, shelter.
And then earlier this week at the general welfare hearing, the admin discussed its plan to move asylum seekers to Orange and Rockland County. I've got concerns that these localities do not have the same social service network that new arrivals in our city rely on, nor do they have the detainer law protections against ICE that our city does, leaving them very vulnerable to harmful interactions. And I'd be remiss not to mention that Orange County contracts with ICE to use their county jail as an ICE detention center, which my colleague Councilmember Krishnan and I visited last year, where we experienced the cruel and xenophobic attitudes of local law enforcement firsthand. The admin shared that participation in this program is voluntary. I want to ensure that nobody is being coerced into moving. Can you share client-facing materials regarding the program with the council?
Yeah, we have those materials, and I believe, or they're still being finalized. And yes, certainly that this is a voluntary program. Again, we're looking at every single option to provide emergency shelter for people. This was one of the options that I think was the quickest, to find. That was not housing people at like a police academy style of sites.
Are you able to share those materials regarding the program with the council?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have flyers available, and materials that we'll be distributing to asylum seekers and providers, who will be engaged in this program. Again, this program is one of many, and so we have been involved, but we're involved in a lot of different things, so it's not it doesn't fully
direct responsibility of
Yeah.
Moya. Understood. And then the admin shared that our city is not relinquishing its responsibilities through this program. Given that these locations are hours away from our city, how are services such as legal assistance, job training, and pathways to permanent housing being provided?
Yeah, and we've said this over and over, that in addition to paying for these hotels, the city intends to pay for the services that asylum seekers need, food, medical, and so on. They'll be part of our network of hotels and, emergency response centers. Yes, they'll be at a bit of a distance, but the intent is for us to continue serving asylum seekers.
And of course, I've been reading some of the coverage from the leaders in these localities pushing back, and it seems like there wasn't a thoughtful coordination between admin here and admin there. Could you describe what the communication has been and why there's been such a rampant and xenophobic pushback?
Well, frankly, some of the rhetoric is coming from people who have a track record of this kind of rhetoric, to be expected. But we've also had very good support from those who are traditionally supportive of welcoming immigrants in their community.
Who's out there that is part of the sort of social safety net infrastructure that you all are coordinating with? And are these two counties part of the Cities for All coalition? Is there representation?
I don't believe they are. I'm not talking about elected officials. It's individuals, mostly people. Some people of faith and others who want to be welcoming. They understand that they want to have a role, that they should have a role. You've seen some media reports that the response is, as you would expect, divided along political lines, right? And so it's just, again, disheartening to see this level of rhetoric anywhere really, but especially in neighboring counties.
Absolutely. And I have one more housing-related question, and then I'll pass it to some of my colleagues. So, we know that given the shelter capacity issues the city is encountering, it's clear that the next step of managing the situation is to transition both new arrivals and longer-term New Yorkers out of the shelter system into permanent housing, which we've discussed in many of our hearings, which is significantly more cost-effective for the city. And, this body has been working to remove the bureaucratic barriers to city FEPs, including the 90-day rule. At a previous hearing, the admin committed to lobbying in Albany for city FEPs eligibility to be expanded to asylum seekers and other immigrants. Can you describe how those efforts are going?
Well, I'll have to get back to you on the specifics I have to consult with our state legislative affairs team. But I do know that anything that benefits, especially newly arrived immigrants, to get them up in their feet and become settle into our city, this is something that we have been supportive of. I myself have been part of a number of these conversations, including advocating for healthcare for all. But yes, I mean, the advocacy I know that the city has done at the state level has been very focused on getting resources and support for the city to support asylum seekers and eligibility for asylum seekers to access benefits they are currently excluded from. And again, this is I think, a different community than the sort of traditional or what we've, seen in the past. Folks here, asylum seekers who arrived here from the border are generally allowed to enter the country and do have, legally are allowed to be in the country while they seek asylum. And so we're just trying to work through those things out.
Sure, but given that this change was not included, would the administration consider making this change unilaterally?
I'll have to check in. Follow up.
Understood. Okay. I'd like to pass it to my colleague, Councilmember Narcisse, for her questions.
Farah's first. Commissioner, let me just ask you, the Rockland County migrant transport, has anything changed there given the TRO?
Well, the short answer is, look, they're
She got a rogue.
Short answer is, we're looking at litigation, right, or possible litigation. So I don't want to comment on something that I think will be looked at closely in the next couple of days. But again, in my view, well, I shouldn't say even that, right? But nothing has changed so far, and we're waiting to hear from our team at law to see what next steps will be there.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Okay, we've also been joined by Councilmember Williams. We're going to have questions from Councilmember Lewis, followed by Narcisse.
Thank you, chairs. Good morning, Commissioner. I do want to share with you, as you said, you were testifying, talking about the federal response being unequitable. I agree, but I think we've been trying to sound the alarm on this issue. We've shared this information with both administrations, the previous and this administration, about this massive crisis that was coming to the city of New York. Myself and Member Joseph were ignored. So I do want to share that we've been trying to share that this was happening, and now we're dealing with it. And while it's unprecedented, I don't agree that the response, I think that there's a lack of response from your agency. So I'll just get right into it regarding Title 42. I wanted to know from you, if you could share with us, what are some projections on the number of asylum seekers we expect to see coming into New York City once Title 42 ends on May 11th, and has the planning been added into this executive budget?
Well, there are still I mean, as we speak, there are still things that the federal government is doing that, can impact sort of the number of people that might be entering the country and then possibly being bused to New York. Some estimates put the number of people entering at around 10,000 per day. It's hard to know how many of them would end up in New York, will be bused to New York. Could be upwards of 12,000 possibly. And again, I think in terms of emergency shelter and providing that kind of support to people who arrive and seek that, I mean, we continue to spend the resources that we need there to be able to do that. But it really is uncertain. I mean, we're seeing 800 to 1,000 people, right, arrive, right, in recent days when they arrive in multiple buses, and then by airlines, we can see over 1,000 people a day arrive.
So not more so the number, right? It could be 50,000. It doesn't matter how many. The question is, in this executive budget, has your agency factored in how much funds will be needed to service X amount of folks that come in?
Oh, I see. Well, not necessarily funding for my agency, but the budget director has described the type of funding that will be needed to support asylum seekers as they arrive, and the projection is an upward direct projection. So we've set this over and over $4 billion in the next couple of years is a reasonable projection.
All right,
if it
Chair, I have
continues.
one more quick question.
Good.
The executive budget for ID NYC indicates about 2.4 million decrease compared to fiscal 2023. I wanted to know if you could elaborate on the reasons why there's a reduction there. I know it's housed under HRA, but there's some interagency coordination there, so I wanted to know if you could share with us why there was a reduction for ID NYC. Thank you.
Reduction for, yeah, and I think this has probably to do with cost savings across the board. We'll have to look into what the impact looks like there. Yeah, I mean, some of it has to do with, yes, again, the savings across the board. As you know, many of the council members and I speak about this, there's high demand for ID NYC. And so we'll need to look into that and follow up.
We have Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Barron. We've been joined by Councilmember Hanks.
Good morning. It's happy to see you in the House. And we've been doing a lot of projects together, but we know that asylum seeker is in the top of our head right now. Who has Moya been collaborating when it comes to pro se clinics?
Thank you, Council Member. So we have been working with our contracted immigration legal service providers in order to identify which have the ability and interest to expand contracts to accommodate dollars, part of the $5 million city allocation in fiscal 23 and 24, to carry out work specifically in service of newly arrived asylum seekers. Among those partners, the Pro Se Plus project, I believe they submitted a letter to the committee back in January describing their work and their proposed work. We've carried out 5 pilot Pro Se clinics with them so far at the Navigation Center in Midtown. And dozens, hundreds of people have been served through those clinics. And we're looking to expand access to Pro Se clinics even further.
Okay. What location will the clinics be held?
It's to be determined. We're still working on the design of the overall initiative, which we're calling the Asylum Seeker Legal Assistance Network. Just our best practices are, our strategy includes going to places where folks live, shelters, HERCs, ensuring that there's access at the navigation center and other places. So it'll be citywide.
Thank you. Who will be responsible for the clinics?
Moya will be offering programmatic oversight and guidance and resources where we can, but contractually, the providers would be responsible for executing the clinic.
Okay, I have some question about the process. You say some folks, when they get here, they have to go for TPS. It's easier to get work permit and parole. All those process, how long, let's say for TPS, if somebody have to do the TPS, how long that will take? Because I'm leading to good stories of the asylum seekers, because I want to know how they get, because there is some good stories, how long they take for them to get on their feet, like the TPS, if they have to get the parole, if they come with parole.
It takes months, and the TPS eligible population among those newly arrived is small. It's mostly Haitian nationals who qualify under the redesignation of TPS for Haiti recently.
I think Venezuela and some others too, but anyway, go on.
Venezuelan TPS is available to individuals who entered in or before March of 2021, so it excludes a large portion of the newly arrived population. Hopefully there's a redesignation. But I think it takes months, if not years, to access work authorization, no matter which type of status the person is eligible for. And I think some of the greatest success stories that I've heard recently relate to individuals who have used the self-help resources, so educational guides, how to fill out your asylum application, videos, things like that, in order to do it on their own, given the fact that there is limited capacity, and they're able to, with some assistance, submit their application.
I'm assuming that you're helping with the process as well.
Correct.
So what's the percentage of Haitian you have right now? You know I'm Haitian, so I want to know too. Whether they're getting support, if they're really directing to the right, place and all that.
I don't have the number of Haitian nationals in the city's care at hand. We can go back and provide that. However, I know that through the Haitian Response Initiative, led by a coalition of 7 community-based organizations, and Catholic Charities providing.
Okay, my time is up, but I want to know the budget, because we have traditional, you say, migrants, immigrants that here, that's supposed to get services as well. So what is the budget between that and the asylum seekers? Are they still, because we're still concerned about people that are here already that need help as well. They cannot be just fall under the,
Agreed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner, can I ask, why was the decision made to send migrants to Rockland or Orange County versus Westchester, or are migrants going to be basically sent everywhere at this point because we're over capacity?
Yeah, we're looking at all options, to be frank. And, for us, I'd rather find hotels to be able to put people up in, than like the police academy, and wherever we might find a hotel, I think we'll look at that seriously. It's just, as we spoke earlier, it's a much better setting for families to be sheltered in.
But was there a reason why we went upstate, went to Rockland or Orange County before Westchester or?
Yeah, I think it was based on availability and what we were able to find in the immediate. Because again, we're dealing with like hundreds of people arriving each day, and we're just trying to keep up with the surge and what was available per discussions with the state and vendors and so on. But again, we're looking at all options here, and obviously the closer the better to New York City. But whatever we can find at this point, we'll take.
And just to clarify, for the record, before I believe, I'm not sure who was asking. It might have been Councilmember. I think it was Councilmember Lewis. You're concerned that once Title 42 is lifted, we could see as many as 10 to 12,000 asylees a day?
Crossing the border, it's unknown how many will make it up to New York, but at this rate, a lot of people are being bused here So I think you'll probably see a good portion of them coming here, unless something changes elsewhere.
Okay. Now I have Councilmember Barron, followed by Joseph.
Thank you, Commissioner. You know, most of my colleagues are going to ask you questions on the micro, very important aspect of this crisis, and you'll provide answers. So I'm satisfied with that perspective. But I wanted to offer a more macro perspective, and also not something that's probably in your hands, but just to give you my view of the root problem, the root causes of this happening, and why in some of our Black and brown oppressed communities are resistance. There's a lot of resistance to having asylum seekers come. And they're not for moral reasons, but because of the conditions they're in. But we live in a colonial capitalist system that prioritizes profit over people with an imperialistic foreign policy that invades countries like Nicaragua, Cuba, countries like Mexico. They have these imperialistic policies, and all throughout Africa, the Caribbean, the Middle East. So it's having people flee places that they love because of the conditions created by imperialism. We don't address that. That's a long-range issue. So what happens under this system of colonial capitalism, the greed and exploitation of communities of color, so when you look at communities like Harlem, Brownsville, East New York, a lot of our residents are saying, what are you talking about finding a place for asylum seekers? They haven't found a place for us. So there's a lot of resistance because we're homeless. We're in the streets. We're not treated right in the education system. We're not provided with jobs and employment. So not too many people in my beloved East New York is going to say, hey, welcome, come. You know, take this spot and that spot, take this job, make sure you get this education, that education, because this system is not providing it for us. And then in the immigration community, they think the immigration community is everything but Haitian, African, and Caribbean, that these communities are left out of the formula. So how do you face that? My colleagues are asking the right questions on a micro level, and I listen and hear that. But how do you face the fact that America is an imperialistic capitalist country that's creating havoc all over the world, and domestically is creating double-digit poverty? Our communities are suffering 30% and 40% poverty, double-digit unemployment. And then they see, and this has nothing to do with this, $41 billion going to the war in Ukraine, and not enough money coming domestically to handle the situation of a capitalist system that creates all of this poverty in the richest country in the world. What do you think, Commissioner?
Well, you know, I spend a lot of time out in the community as well, and so I have a chance to speak with a number of different groups, communities that come up to me and want to talk about asylum seekers, because that's on the front page of everything. And yes, I hear a lot, right, from people, and I've been surprised to hear a commentary from even immigrants themselves who say, well, I didn't get this much when I came here, stuff like that, right? And so
You said you don't hear that?
No, so even immigrants who've lived in New York for some time say, I didn't get all these things when I got here, or this special treatment. One of the things I'd like to address moving forward is that, you know, immigrants I speak with, both asylum seekers and those who have been here for a long time, they don't expect to get anything for free, you know? Every time I talk to asylum seekers, they say they want to work. And, you know, they need emergency shelter because they didn't get so anywhere else. And if they're with children, you know,
Because my time is limited,
Yeah.
I'm not talking about what the immigrants are saying, because we have no problem with the asylum seekers. We have problems with the system that is denying people who are already here things. And so it's not the asylum seekers. Matter of fact, in my community, they're already filling up the hotels with asylum seekers. And so it's not the asylum seekers, it's the system and how it's going about to dealing with them. Then what the mayor is doing, taking up encampments, personal property of people who are sleeping on the streets because they haven't provided permanent, affordable housing for them. This is the complexity of this problem. It's very, very deep. And I just don't want anybody to think that communities that are not as open and welcome and come in are not as supportive and sensitive to the plight of asylum seekers, but their conditions are worse.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the final thought is that a lot of conversation needs to happen between the communities. You know, a lot of conversation, because so far there's a lot of siloed conversations. And my hope is that, you know, we have a lot of hotels in Midtown, you know, which, you know, I think we set up these emergency hotels to shelters to house people, but I think when folks are in the proximity of communities, you know, they're able to talk with each other and build community and perhaps even organize together. And so that's been beautiful to see, those who have been able to do that.
Okay, we have Councilmember Hudson, followed by Joseph.
Thank you so much. I wanted to just ask a couple of questions about mental health. The undocumented immigrant population makes up over 500,000 of New York City's immigrant residents and is more likely to be uninsured than any other group in the city. How do we ensure that immigrants and asylum seekers have access to culturally grounded approaches for mental well-being? And how can the city invest in a migrant-specific group therapy and healing spaces to overcome the trauma that they're experienced?
You know, this is a really important area. I mean, from the moment we started to welcome asylum seekers, that was clearly a huge need. We've done some work with Department of Mental Health and Hygiene at the Navigation Center, where they provided social workers and support for people who are visiting our Navigation Center and might be in need to speak with someone. So I think, you know, that is something that we want to continue to provide throughout our HERGs and elsewhere where we are supporting asylum seekers. I mean, of course, NYC Care is available, and I'm a big champion of it. We work very closely with NYC Care, together with Dr. Vasan and other health providers and leaders. We've been advocating for more support from the state and federal government on this issue, but it certainly is a huge need because of what people have gone through.
Absolutely. Do you know if there have been any spikes in NYC Care applications across the 5 boroughs?
Have we? We don't have that data with us, but it's certainly something that we are working, not just to encourage people to sign up on, but there has been an uptick. I don't have the specific data, but there has been an uptick. We're in partnership with NYC Cares. In fact, this partnership began before asylum seekers started to arrive,
Right.
because what I wanted to see was other communities represented.
And could you follow up with the specific data?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, just one other question. Do you know the estimated number of undocumented immigrants that are potentially left out of Medicaid here in New York City?
Do we have that data? We don't have it with us.
But you can follow up?
Yeah, I'll follow up. But, you know, it's not clear on the NYC Cares data, so I'll follow up, you know, to see if there was a significant uptick or not. But this is in part, and I want to clarify, some of these asylum seekers are eligible for programs as they arrive because they're not undocumented. Like I said, they are paroled in, so they are able to enroll in certain programs, at least for the time being. And then eventually they'll get on NYC Cares. Yeah.
Okay, and then sorry, just one last question. So we know that the NYC care patients has increased, but if there were to be a drastic increase, what will be the impact on doctor availability and the quality of health care? Do you have any sense of that in your conversations with Dr. Bazan?
I think it's something to consider for sure. NYC Care, again, is a program that was created specifically to serve populations that are not eligible for traditional health care programs, particularly not undocumented, right? And if asylum seekers do become undocumented because they're ineligible for asylum or other immigration benefits, that needs to be considered.
Great, thank you so much.
Also been joined by Councilmember Velasquez. Now have questions from Councilmembers Joseph, followed by Krishnan.
Thank you, chairs. Good afternoon. Good morning, Commissioner. I wanted to follow up on a quick question that Councilmember Lewis asked earlier. Why don't we have any data on Haitian national migrants?
We have data. We can provide it after. I mean, I think I'm glad we're back to this. I think both the Haitian Response Initiative and the advocacy that went along with it is a model to follow, because as Tom mentioned, once the date was redesignated, a lot more Haitian immigrants were eligible for TPS and benefits. This is what we're trying to do for Venezuelans, Central Americans, even West Africans. The federal government has the ability to act on this, and this is why much of my emphasis has been on the federal government, because the Haitian Response Initiative has been a model, I would say. We, just to summarize, we provide resources to a coalition of nonprofits that serve the Haitian community throughout the city. And this is one of the communities, like many others, that had been here before the asylum situation began, that we were actively supporting. But I think it's a model to follow.
Thank you. Well, the crisis has been going on since 2021.
Yep.
We alerted the administrations, Councilmember Lewis and I. We alerted, but everybody was sleeping. How come city, state, and federal have not declared state of emergency for New York?
Well, the state just declared it last evening, which is, we're glad that's the case. Again, I think we do think that this is a crisis. I mean, if the president's calling it a chaotic situation, it sounds like a crisis.
But it's been a crisis since 2021.
Right.
So that the crisis hasn't arrived today or yesterday, since 2021. Two previous administrations were alerted, and I don't think everybody was sleeping. And now the chaos is at our door, and we have to come with solutions, real solutions. So my question is going to be about education, of course. Adult literacy. Adult literacy providers have reached capacity in stretching their already underrated costs to run the programs, yet OMB and DYCD continue to cut fundings for adult literacy. So how does this change the way in which Moya and the administration prioritize adult literacy services citywide? The migrants are coming, they have to find place for adult literacy. So how do we resolve that?
Yeah, no, it's a great need. I know we've heard it from asylum seekers directly. We're still having ongoing conversations about all these various needs and long-term needs for asylum seekers, newly arrived immigrants. And we'll be working with OMB and other partners like DYCD to work through this. Again, it's an ongoing situation. Having to look at efficiencies, throughout the system.
Chairs, can I ask two more? Thank you. Has Moya conducted an analysis on the impact of this cut had on immigrant New Yorkers who rely heavily on such programs to navigate city resources?
We haven't conducted an analysis, just obviously we're interacting with asylum seekers and newly arrived immigrants who seek these services, and with, of course, providers.
But data also drives policy. If you don't have numbers, you won't know where to put the needs are going to be. Can you tell us if there are any adult literacy classes available at each of the HERCs?
I believe we're waiting for, just to go back on data, we're awaiting an analysis on a pilot program that had been conducted last.
Is this in partnership with D79?
Yes. Yes, and so yes, we have a number of services at each of the HERCs. Again, the system continues to grow, and I wish we can have these types of services everywhere, right?
I would love to see the data on that. Thank you.
Councilmember Krishna.
Thank you so much, Chairs Brannon and Hanif, for today's hearing. Good to see you all. Good to see you too, Commissioner. I just have two short questions I wanted to ask. You've heard from my colleagues on a number of the serious concerns that we continue to have about the system currently in place for asylum seekers, shelter in name, but not in actuality in terms of the supports that the asylum seekers need, as well as the resources and services, and really how we in this administration need to do much, much more to help those who are coming here. And we in the council have been very persistent on this issue for a very long time. My two questions are, one, when looking at the mayor's preliminary budget and executive budget response, the one statement we keep hearing over and over again from this administration is that because of the number of asylum seekers who are coming here, well, first let me just dispel this, the claim that we need much more help from state and federal government, which is absolutely true. I don't think anyone disagrees with that assessment, and state and feds need to step up on that point, that's for sure. However, that aside, the budget proposals from the administration have consistently hit this theme that because of the asylum seekers coming here, because of what the city needs to do in terms of cost and resources to provide for them, as a result, all of these other agencies and services that asylum seekers and so many other immigrant communities depend on need to face cuts. I don't see any increase in funding for, we talked about legal services and the complexity of asylum seekers' claims. I know that well. I don't see any increased funding for immigration legal services, whether it's for asylum seekers, for deportation defense. I don't see anything there. We're looking at our libraries, for example, facing cuts, which have been both safe spaces for asylum seekers, immigrant communities, places where there have been access points for ID NYC or other services. We look at cuts to CUNY and a massive scale back of early education programs that asylum seeker families with young kids would depend on coming here. We look at not enough in services and resources to support bilingual education. And I just saw an article this morning or last night in Chalkbeat about the fact that so many asylum seekers are coming here and there not being enough support in schools for bilingual education, for teachers, teacher certification. So it really falls, it both is shocking and illogical to use the surge in asylum seekers here to justify all of the cuts to services that asylum seekers depend on. And my two questions are, first, would you agree with that statement? How do you see the response to what the claim is from the administration on this issue and the services that are being cut?
So, I mean, I believe most of the cost associated with asylum seekers is emergency shelter, yeah, I think it's a difficult situation. Again, we don't have oversight over that. And yeah, there's a tremendous amount of needs amongst especially newly arrived immigrants that basically have to start from zero. Most of the immigrant population that has arrived prior to this situation, it's of people who have existing connections, families or friends, have a place to come to, and then they're introduced to different services and community organizations and so on. A lot of the individuals arriving, hundreds a day, are starting from scratch. So yes, there's certainly the need for a lot of support, and so we're in ongoing discussions with OMB about what that might look like. And again, a lot of it is not falling on Moya because as was said here before, there needs to be some distinction between the asylum seekers and the overall work that we do for immigrants, so that we can figure out how much this is costing, in the hopes that maybe the federal government could support some of this and the state government, but also so that we don't forget that there are ongoing needs in our communities. But yeah, again, this situation is in flux.
Well, it's a fundamental contradiction in this budget that we're looking at that has real-life disastrous consequences. And I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of safety net and social services that are needed for many who are starting their life over, freeing persecution, freeing discrimination and torture. My final question is understanding. Sorry, the chair will permit me to ask one. If my final question is understanding, that this is a much larger issue, not just with Moya, but the administration generally. What conversations, if any, has Moya had with City Hall about this exact issue, and how have those conversations gone?
Well, we've been we are available whenever any colleagues, in the administration want to consult on the specific needs and circumstances of our immigrant populations. And with this, like I said, this population, there's just a lot of needs, that we haven't seen in a long time in New York City, but in recent history. And like you said, what newly arrived immigrants come to New York in such a way, they do need everything from mental health supports to, the supports at school, not just education, but everything else that comes with it. So yeah, we're being consulted on an ongoing basis. That's our role within city government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to turn to Promise NYC. The FY23 budget included a historic $10 million allocation to launch Promise NYC, which extends public childcare subsidies to previously excluded undocumented children. That appropriation was sufficient to fund 600 seats for the program's first 6 months. ACS and contracted providers have shared with us that the program has been extremely successful, and immigrant parents have been able to seek out and secure work, knowing that their young children are receiving safe and supportive care. This program ultimately saves the city money as these parents become more self-sufficient and less dependent on city services, such as shelter. In order for this program to continue year-round, $20 million is needed. Unfortunately, funding for the program was completely omitted from the executive budget. Does Moya support funding Promise NYC at $20 million in FY24?
Well, prior to being commissioner, I advocated for this, and I think I think the program has been very successful, and it's amazing to have seen it happen. This program was pushed for because we saw this through the pandemic, right? The need,
Absolutely.
and then through recovery, and so yeah, we're in ongoing conversations with OMB and with our partners, ACS, who has oversight of the program. Consulted with us on it, and we're happy to support in any way, just like we are supporting other city agencies like SBS and DOB and so on, because these are the kinds of programs that they could be a model for the country.
Absolutely. No, thank you. Your support and voice here, especially as an advocate in the past on the creation of opportunities for families with undocumented children, is so critical for this conversation. So it's really great to know that you've been advocating with OMB and the mayor to continue to expand Promise NYC in fiscal 2024. In its current existence or form right now, does the Navigation Center collaborate with ACS to process referrals made for childcare services?
Currently, ACS is one of our sister agencies at the Navigation Center, so they do provide information to families with children about many different services, and they provide referrals and connect them with services there on site.
So they are on site
They are on
and
site.
connecting families to the various providers?
Yes.
Okay, that's really great to know. And do they also operate out of the satellite sites, or is it just the central navigation center?
Just at the navigation center, but the satellite sites and the navigation center work closely together. So if families do need that referral point, we'll make that accessible for families.
Great. So now I want to move into continuing the conversation on legal services. And at our last hearing, we had some questions about how much the admin has spent on immigration legal services. Are you able to provide the numbers for FY23 in terms of how much was spent on immigration legal services, and then how much was spent on immigration legal services for asylum seekers?
Do you want to take that on? No? Sorry, we have a stack of paper here.
Appreciate that you're prepared.
So I can start, I'll give you an overview in terms of the funding that has been allocated for legal services under MOYA, and this does not include all other legal services throughout the city. Currently, at MOYA, we oversee the Action NYC services, which is baseline at $7.9 million. We also have the Rapid Response Collaborative, that is also a baseline program at about $800K, as well as part of our legal services, as well as in NY citizenship that has been baseline at $250K. But I'll pass it on to Tom to talk about just the details about all of these programs. Go ahead, Tom.
And with respect to asylum seeker response, as mentioned previously, the city's allocated $5 million in new funding for fiscal 23 and 24.
And then the $5 million allocation, we were told in our last hearing that this would be rolled out shortly. Has that happened yet? Did we miss out?
No, we're currently finalizing for release.
Okay, currently finalizing as in like, are we anticipating after June 30th, before June 30th? Prior. And is that $5 million the Pro Se Clinic program, Aslan, which is the Pro Se Clinic pilot Aslan?
Aslan will be a sort of umbrella initiative involving multiple partners and perhaps some partners that are not directly funded but affiliated in an effort to maximize access to support and also coordinate across.
Okay, so then in FY23, the immigration legal services for asylum seekers is $5 million, but that hasn't been spent yet.
No, the $5 million hasn't been spent yet.
Hasn't been spent yet.
Yeah.
So does that mean that MOYA has not spent any funding for asylum seekers for immigration legal services?
We've redeployed resources under existing contracts, but we have not spent new money on legal services.
And so how much existing funding was used for support for asylum seekers?
Don't have the exact breakdown, but a good portion of Action NYC, many asylum seekers have access services under Action NYC and the other immigration legal service programs such as IOI.
Okay.
And Chair, just, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, this has to do with this challenges with contracting, and how slow things are, and some of these contracts would include retroactive, right, support. So, but that we won't know until later on, right?
Understood. So then existing Action NYC funding did go into supporting asylum seekers with their legal service needs. Is there a call to expand funding within Action NYC, the Rapid Response Collaborative, the citizenship program, and then a total to have more than $5 million in FY24 for asylum seekers specifically?
Well, Part of the $5 million will go into some of the initiatives that you have mentioned, and we continue to assess the need, and we continue to be in close conversations with OMB to assess the need and be able to, to have enough resources to provide services.
And also, just some of these programs were not designed or structured to do this kind of work, frankly, especially because asylum claims are seen as complex cases. And so we have a structure that was developed before the asylum seeker situation began. We are working through that, and I think, I understand providers have concerns about all the resources going to asylum seekers and not meeting the needs of other immigrant communities, right, that do not fall within that sort of newly arrived population. But yes, we're working through that, and I think the ASLAN, or the Asylum Seeker Legal Support Network, is meant to be a network to be able to provide legal services at scale using pro se clinics and partnerships like with CUNY Law and other entities.
What are the other partners for the ASLAN initiative? And is that within the realm of the $5 million?
Yes.
I see. Okay. So ASLAN, which includes the Pro Se Clinic, and then what are the other tiers?
Yeah, not ready to announce the funded partners in the initiative. When we issue an announcement, they will be in there for sure. I can describe the overall strategy though. So it's maximizing access to quality information and public education about the various, immigration processes and applications that exist, forms of relief that exist, with self-help information, videos, how to complete your application, how to file it. So maximizing access to that via web and technology is priority number one. Training for community members and the individuals assisting them is another large component. And then coordinating access, large-scale access to individualized screenings and brief advice and counsel so that individuals can know, what's going on with their individual case, and then access, depending upon what makes sense for them, sort of triaging them into the appropriate service type. It could be pro se application assistance, it could be self-help materials, it could be fuller representation.
So just to get this right, the $5 million is going towards the creation of the Asylum Seeker Legal Assistance Network.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's good to know. And then just to reiterate this question, have you all had conversations with HRA and OMB to increase Action NYC funding?
We continue to assess, again, these Action NYC contracts are housed at HRA. That's where our budget is, part of our budget is housed, and we provide the programmatic management, and we continue to be in close conversations with both HRA and OMB to assess needs as needed.
And we have informed our partners, so the Action NYC contracts that currently exist began on January 1st, 2021, and they're set to expire June 30th of this fiscal year, of this calendar year as well. The city will be extending those contracts for an additional 18 months, during which we will be engaged in a new procurement process to issue new contracts under Action NYC.
Understood. And then is Moya keeping track of how many folks are being represented through Moya services for legal support?
For Action NYC, more than 11,000 people received comprehensive immigration legal screenings, and in many cases, representation in their case in this past fiscal year.
In this past fiscal year, okay. And then is that like an upward trend, or are you collecting data over the years to see
Yes.
the increase?
Yeah, the contracted deliverables remain the same, but we see increased demand via the Action NYC hotline, and that information is reported in the Moya annual report each year.
And then, but yet the funding will remain as is at 7.9 million for Action NYC, despite the sort of uptick in folks receiving services through this program.
As Jesnia mentioned, the conversations are ongoing with OMB and generally regarding funding. The Action NYC amount, some of the $5 million for Aslan, the Asylum Seeker Legal Assistance Network, will be added to certain Action NYC contracts.
Great. I just want to wrap up here by sharing that the comptroller and I sent a letter to the mayor this morning laying out our request for expanded legal services in detail, which includes $10 million to scale up pro se legal clinics that assist newcomers in applying for asylum, temporary protected status, and other work authorization programs, ensuring that legal aid providers have the capacity and resources they need to adequately assist, counsel, and represent the tens of thousands of migrants in the city's care and place them on a path of self-sufficiency, and $60 million for full legal representation to address the massive backlog in New York City immigration courts with 127,000 cases pending. With these funds, the city could expand programs such as Action NYC, the Immigrant Opportunity Initiative, which is IOI, and the New York Immigrant Family Unity Project, NYFUP, that have existing contracts with dozens of legal service providers throughout the 5 boroughs. The city should also leverage partnerships with local law schools by expanding the capacity and adapting existing programs like CUNY Citizenship Now to meet the needs of this new immigrant population, recruit law firms to provide pro bono assistance, and encourage religious congregations, nonprofit, voluntary, and community organizations to assist with outreach and translation. An investment of $70 million for legal services can significantly reduce the shelter stay length and redeploy existing shelter space for people newly in need of or newly arrived, reduce the number of people otherwise in the shelter system, and of course significantly save on the costs of operating shelters. Thank you so much. That's the wrap up of my questions.
We've also been joined by Councilmember Osei. Commissioner, I wanted to ask one last thing. The Ukrainian initiative that was funded by the city and run by NYC, which I think was very successful, it's coming to an end. Do we know if the city is going to continue funding that service?
We're still, in ongoing discussions with OMB about that and other, initiatives. But yes, that was the Ukrainian, that was the initiative I mentioned earlier today.
Yeah.
That along with other initiatives, it seems like that's been our role, addressing crises as they come up. And I think...
is that something that you think that's scalable to what we're dealing with now?
I think both that and the Haitian response initiatives and other work we've done in response to crisis have certainly helped us, understand how to address this new situation. But, the magnitude is huge. Mm-hmm. Ideally, we can combine much of this work and see where we can be more efficient, because a lot of it it's very similar, right, in terms of helping people connect to services and also legal orientation and so on.
Okay.
But I would say that, New York City was the first to invest in this situation, and since then the state and the federal government have stepped in and invested in support for Ukrainian communities. We've loved to see that level of investment by the state and federal government in this new community arriving.
Okay, thank you all so much, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Chairs.
you.
Appreciate it.
All right, we'll take a little break, and then we're going to hear from DYCD.
Good morning, good morning. Can everybody find a seat? Everybody find a seat and settle down. We're about to begin. Can everybody find a seat, please?
Okay, good afternoon. We're now ready to begin the final executive budget hearing for today, day 3. We'll be focused on the Department of Youth and Community Development. I'm joined now by my colleague, Councilmember Althea Stevens, who's the chair of the Committee on Youth Services. In addition to those who've been here with us since the start, we've also been joined by Councilmembers Powers, Richardson, Jordan, Sanchez, and Riley. I want to welcome Commissioner Howard and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions about the budget. On April 26, 2023, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY23 to 27 with a proposed FY24 budget of $106.7 billion. DYCD's proposed fiscal 24 budget of $1.2 billion represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed FY24 executive budget. This is an increase of $208 million, or 22%, from the $943 million originally budgeted in the preliminary plan. This increase results from several actions, mostly $184.9 million added for transferring the Office of Neighborhood Safety from the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice to DYCD, $23.9 million added for temporary assistance for needy families, and a $9.5 million funding adjustment for the Office of Equal Opportunity, which is partially offset by a PEG reduction of $9.1 million from less than anticipated spending on the summer youth employment and Work, Learn, Grow programs. DYCD also projects a reduction of 7 full-time positions since the adoption of the FY23 budget last year. My questions today will largely focus on an overview of DYCD's proposed budget, including new needs, headcount, and the effects of the recent PEGs, as well as summer youth programs. But I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Althea Stevens, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Brenner. Good morning, or good afternoon. Good afternoon. No, morning. Oh, good morning. Thank you, Justin. I know, it's only 11:30. And welcome to fiscal 2024 executive budget hearing for the Department of Youth and Community Development. I'm Councilmember Althea Stevens, Chair of Committee on Youth Services. Today we'll be hearing from DYCD Commissioner Keith Howard, First Deputy Commissioner, and Chief Financial Officer. Thank you all for joining us. After discussing the fiscal 2024 preliminary expense budget for DYCD, less than 2 months later, we come together to discuss the fiscal 2024 executive expense budget, which stands at $1.2 billion, total head count of 544 positions, supported by $49.8 million in personnel services, and a total of $1.1 billion in other than personnel services. This fiscal budget is $20.2 million more than the fiscal 2023 adopted budget. DYCD's fiscal 2024 budget increased by $208 million, or 22%, from the $943 million budgeted in fiscal 2024 preliminary financial plan. The increase is a result of a number of actions. The most significant is with the increase of $184.9 million for the program transfer of the Office of Neighborhood Safety from the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice to DYCD. $29.9 million for temporary assistance for needy families, and $9.5 million for Office of Equal Opportunity. Funding adjustments offset by a program PEG reduced of $1.9 million of less than anticipated spending for SYEP and WLG Work, Learn, Grow program. DYCD fiscal 2024 executive budget has one new need, Office for Neighborhood Safety overhead headcount, and I will like to know how this program transferred from the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice and the impact of DYCD taking on this program. In a time when New York City has some of the highest unemployment rates for young people in the country, has the highest unemployment rate for young people in the country, and a significant increase of young people being arrested, it is unconscionable that we are or would be thinking about cutting funding for programs like SYEP and WLG and any other youth programming. Cutting SYEP and WLG after 1 year of expanding sends a message to our young people and family that we as a city are uninterested in actually addressing their needs. In the city's fiscal 2024 preliminary budget response, the council identified several areas of concern relating to the development, safeguard, education, and dependence of New York City's youth. The budget response included 5 priorities related to DYC with a total value of $46 million. I'm disappointed to see that none of this funding was added to the executive budget. For the thousands of children and working families my colleagues and I represent, the services are consistently fighting for at these hearings, SYEP, Compass, adult literacy, and runaway homeless youth, are essential to their daily lives. The time has come for us to do even more for the success of our youth and young adults, to invest in the programs that will make a difference for youth, to work over the summer, a safe haven to stay, a place to learn, to be equipped with the skills they can become productive citizens in society, translating into homes for themselves and safe places for recreation activities. As we come closer to the fiscal 2024 adopted budget, the council is working to ensure that city budget is fair, transparent, accountable to all New Yorkers. As the chair of the Committee on Youth Services, I will continue to advocate for accountability and transparency to ensure that the budget represents the needs and interests of young people, that the programs for the youth and young adults are equipped to serving everyone's in its needs. Everyone here in today's fiscal 2024 executive budget has a responsibility with the objective of best serving the youth of New York City. It is my expectation that DYCD will be responsive to the questions and concern of council members. It is my hope that fiscal 2024 budget adopted meet the goals set forth by council. We want to ensure that every youth and young adult program is provided with the necessities to meet the everyday challenges our youth face. I would like to take the opportunity to thank Kate Connolly, my Chief of Staff, and the entire A team back at the Home District Office, Sandra Gray, Financial Analyst, Ali, Unit Head, Christine Yemen, Counsel to the Committee, and Elizabeth Arts, who is homesick, and hope you feel better. And I would like to pass it back to the Chair.
We've also been joined by Councilmember Farias. We're now going to turn it over to my committee counsel to swear in the witnesses for their testimony.
Good morning. If you could raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions? Commissioner Howard? Yes. First Deputy Commissioner Cheng?
Yes.
CFO Bailey?
Yes.
Deputy Commissioner Rattery?
Yes.
Deputy Commissioner Haskell?
Yes.
Deputy Commissioner Helbridge? Yes. Deputy Commissioner Bobbitt?
Yes.
Associate Commissioner Zhang?
Yes.
Deputy Commissioner Mulligan? Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Stevens and Brennan and members of the Youth Service and Finance Committee. I am DYCD's Commissioner Keith Howard, and I'm joined by First Deputy Commissioner Alan Chang and Chief Financial Officer Navita Bailey. We are pleased to be here to discuss the fiscal 2024 executive budget. Despite the budget challenges we face, the executive budget stands at a record $1.15 billion, preserves all existing programming, and places DYCD in a strong place for a successful 2024. This is due to the administration's commitment to youth services and significantly lowering DYCD's PEG target to accrues and revenue maximization to avoid cutting our critical programs. DYCD's executive budget breaks down as follows. $891 million, or approximately 77%, is city tax levy. $7 million, or less than 1%, is state funding. $75 million, or approximately 7%, is federal funding. And $142 million, or approximately 12%, is intercity funding. We appreciate the Mayor and the City Council's strong support of DYCD's critical services to the city's young people and family. This budget ensures that young people will be engaged this summer and throughout the year. Summer youth employment. We're gearing up for the 2023 Summer Youth Employment SYEP. And this year marks the 60th anniversary of the program. A record 173,730 young people applied, and we are currently enrolling them into the program. Recruitment for work sites is going strong, with to date 8,137 commitments, including 64 for city agencies. To date, we have enrolled more than 47,000 young people, nearly 2 times more than this time last year. And we appreciate the City Council's strong commitment to promoting SYEP and hosting young people in their offices. Summarizing, we received 138,900 applications for summarizing. As we discussed in March, we made significant improvement to the enrollment process. Families were able to apply anytime during the enrollment period process, no more first come, first served, and ranked preferences for multiple site locations. Some student groups have priority for summarizing enrollment, such as students in temporary housing, academically mandated students, and students with disabilities. We are also offering priority consideration for students enrolled in a DYCD-funded after-school program at their program summarizing location to accommodate students and families who are accustomed to year-round programming from their CBO providers, our partners. Families should start to hear about their child's placements very soon. Exploring Futures will be a new part of summarizing to offer career exploration and early exposure to career opportunities for our middle school students, including STEM. Exploring Futures will make learning and activities available to all summarizing students in grades 6 to 8 Exploring Futures is a partnership of DYCD with the New York City Public Schools, CUNY Explorers, Expand ED, Schools, and Hats and Ladders. I also want to talk about the success of Youth Count this year, and most of the council, especially the chair, was involved in our Youth Count. Chair Stevens, I also want to give you two important updates since the April hearing on runaway and homeless youth services. A record 3,422 surveys were collected in January for the 2023 Youth Count. This is 334% increase from last year. I just want to echo that one more time. A record 3,422 surveys were collected in January for the 2023 Youth Count, a 334% increase from last year. In addition to the value of gaining information about where youth stayed overnight, the increase in the number of surveys mean that young people, hundreds of young people, learned about the RHY services available through DYCD-funded partners. The huge success in surveys is the result of some very, very hard work from the RHY providers, our RHY team at DYCD, our partners in the Beacon program, Cornerstone, Compass, and of course, council members, sister agencies, and all other community partners to get the word out. It was all hands on deck. As you know, we recently hosted a feedback session with Youth Count stakeholders earlier this week, and the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. The Youth Count will be finalized in the coming months. The Office of Neighborhood Safety, this was mentioned just in the current reading. As you know, earlier this year, Mayor Adams entrusted DYCD with the Office of Neighborhood Safety, ONS. These programs are aligned with DYCD's mission and improves community police relations, reduce crime, incarceration, and diminish contact with the justice system. Included in the executive budget is approximately $185 million to support ONS contracts. We are pleased that the budget includes additional headcount to support this vital work as ONS transitions and continues to transition to DYCD. I want to thank the council members once again for the opportunity to discuss the executive budget, and my team and I are pleased to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So DYCD's FY24 budget is $1.2 billion, increase of $20.2 million from the FY23 adopted budget of $1.1 billion. It's primarily driven by the $184.9 million transfer from ONS, the Office of Neighborhood Safety program, which is offset by reductions of about $165 million. So aside from council discretionary funding that typically takes place at the adopted budget, could you provide specifics on the cause of the reductions of those programs, and does the agency track the performance of those programs?
Which specific programs are you referring to?
We could start with the Office of Neighborhood Safety program.
The Office of Neighborhood Safety program is transitioning over to DYCD. The 185 million is transitioning over into our budget. We submitted a new needs, and the new needs were actually approved. So when you talk about program reduction, could you just be more specific in ONS?
So the ONS program is offset by program reductions of $164.7 million, correct?
Right.
Okay, so what are those reductions are from what?
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Brandon, I apologize. So I just want to make sure I understand your question clearly. For the FY23 budget, our budget really changed around $30 million. So I think we're having a little difficulty trying to understand the $100 million you're referring to. Do you want to understand the difference in our budget in FY23?
Yeah, yes.
So DYSD had a number of pegs that happened in the November and Jan plan. The November plan was primarily composed of accruals in our program areas. That was across in our Beacon, our after-school Compass. We've had accrual pegs in our workforce programs that's reflected in the November peg as well as in the exec peg. And so we had reductions in our workforce programs. Again, these are all accrual pegs, no major reductions to services. I think there was a reduction or a swap in revenue for the literacy program, and there was a reduction in some of our Compass programs. But ultimately, there was no major contractual reductions for our contracts this year, which we are very proud of in this fiscal climate, that we were able to meet with, in compliance with the city's goal to reduce the budget, but by doing so, not actually cutting any contracts.
Right, and I just want to emphasize 100,000 young people that are in our summer youth employment program. So we are on course to be able to meet and match that 100,000 young people.
So your executive plan includes a new need for the ONS headcount, starting at 28 in FY24 and increasing to 62 in FY26. Could you tell us why the headcount increase in the out years?
Well, I guess as we're rolling out the programs, we also have to be in consideration exactly what that programs in terms of the support that's needed for those programs. So not necessarily being able to say, okay, we need a specific amount of headcount, but as we're growing the program and as it's growing into our budget and into our program space, you know, we're leaving room to be able to understand exactly what additional programming investment we're going to need.
Does DYCD plan to reach out to council members to assist in filling any of these open positions?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so the executive plan includes funding decreases of $36 million related to the PEG savings. The agency was able to locate savings in 3 initiatives, which we spoke about ONS, and then we have the executive plan includes $9.1 million reduction, $8.8 million additional in FY25 and the out years, and less than anticipated spending for SYEP and Work, Learn, Grow. With the current youth service crisis, how is it possible that the executive plan introduces a less than anticipated funding in DYCD's budget?
So those are historical numbers in regards to SYEP. It's historical underspending in our WLG program. Basically, it's efficiencies and looking at exactly where the accruals are and where there are savings and savings opportunities.
Okay, but is the decreased funding going to prevent DYCD from providing services to more low-income families?
So we traditionally have always reached out to families to make sure that if there's any wait list on our SYEP, to make sure we fill those slots. That is not stopping, that will not stop.
Were there any other new needs submitted by DYC to OMB that weren't included in the executive budget?
No.
Okay. DYCD's executive plan includes funding for a total of 517 full-time positions in the current year, increasing to 544 positions in FY24. Has DYCD hired any of the vacant positions since the preliminary budget when the headcount was at 478?
Sure, I can answer that question. So currently, we have 479 on board. We have 38 vacancies. of which 12 are in process of being hired upon. So we are making progress since the preliminary hearing, but we've been participating in a lot of the citywide job fairs and other things to get folks on board.
Okay, but you've only brought on one new person since January?
Not since the preliminary, we've netted only one new full-time headcount.
Okay.
But I also want to add, Chair, that there are job fairs going on, and we're constantly involved in those job fairs that are being run by DCAS and other city agencies as well.
But the plan includes funding for 517 full-time positions, right? Fiscal year's over in a month and a half. Do we think we're going to hire that many more people by then?
That's our goal, and the 517 is also part of our FY24. It's included in the FY24 headcount as well, so this is not just...
Well, it increases to 544 by FY24, right?
Including the ONS headcount, yes.
Okay, but if we've only hired one person since January, how are we going to get to 517 in a month and a half?
That's why we're doing a full court press with the citywide hiring fairs, as well as other ways to bring in new staff, including participating in CUNY, partnering with CUNY to place folks here in the agency.
And what about staffing for that deal just with contracting, with getting contracts approved out the door? Are we aggressively looking to hire those folks? How many positions do you have available there?
We have, as of right now, we have 6 vacancies in our procurement shop. And yes, we are aggressively looking at hiring. Those are part of the jobs that we have been working in the job fairs, as well as looking at other ways to bring on.
What's the total headcount of the procurement team?
It's about 40. I don't have the exact number.
Okay. I don't want to take all the time. I want to give it to my chair, but something about summarizing. What are some of the changes that DYCD plans to make this summer to enhance the program?
So one of the things that I mentioned in my testimony is that we are, with middle school kids, we're doing a career exploration. I think that's a positive to be able to get young people into thinking about career and career exploration.
And with regard to SYEP, so the FY24 budget does not include the additional one-time funding for SYEP Metro cards. If this funding is not received in the adopted budget, how will it affect the success of the program?
We understand the challenge, Chair, that the city is going through. And in that being said, we understand the challenges when it comes to the migrant and asylums and seekers, and not only that, but with some of the collective contracts that have to be negotiated or still remains negotiated. I'm hoping that in the adopted budget that the council and the administration can come to some sort of resolution on that funding.
Were all the Metro cards distributed to providers last summer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Stevens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, now it's good afternoon. And I just want to start off by saying, I'm really excited to hear the numbers around the youth count. I know that was a huge priority, and even when we were out there, we felt the energy and the difference that was put into it. And so I'm not surprised by those numbers, but I'm excited by them. And next year, really looking forward to getting at least 5,000, because, you've hit a goal, you got to go for a new one. So I'm really excited about those numbers. So let's jump right into it. So the 29.3 million pegs for FY23 November plan still includes in the fiscal 2024 executive budget. DYCD cites less than anticipated spending across agency contracts programs. What DYCD programs represent the less than anticipated spending?
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens. And so the programs that reflect the less than anticipated spending are SYEP and Work, Learn, Grow. And again, what we're talking about is wages, not necessarily contractual spending. And so no provider's budget will be impacted by this saving initiative.
What is NYC's thoughts on the causes of those programs underspending?
Well, the reasons for not accumulating the amount of hours varies. Again, we have a very large initiative that's across all 5 boroughs, and so a young person may not be able to use all the hours because they may be in summer school. They may be going on vacations. There may be other factors that may be impacting their ability to work all the hours. And so while as an agency we encourage it and we want to give them the amount of support and able to do it, there's sometimes challenges that may not be able to do it. And so what we wanted to do was be in compliance with this PEG, but at the same time not have any impact on any young person's budget as well as the providers. And ultimately, if a young person works additional hours, they will be paid. So while we have this PEG saving, I can assure you that the commitment to the city is to make sure that if more people work more hours that are reflected in the budget, we will ensure that they will get their money.
And I guess understanding exactly the nature of the way that the program runs, and I know you understand it very well, sometimes families go on vacation and young people go with their family on vacation. And those are the situations that happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a number of reasons. But what are you guys doing to like maximize programs, budgets around spending and making sure that they're staying on track? Because to me, it is not okay to leave money on the table. And so if those young people aren't able to maximize it, what are we doing to ensure that we are maximizing that by reaching out to additional children and making sure that this money is being used? So how are we working with programs to make sure that they're maximizing their budget?
So just focusing on the SYEP, we do have a wait list, and we do make sure we contact the family and the young people on an SYEP wait list to get them in the program. But at some point in time, understanding that it is only a 6-week program, there's a viability there, right? On to make sure that the program integrity is also there and the kids are going to actually learn something. So understanding that, coupled with the fact that the parents, are taking kids to family reunions and other things. What we're doing with the providers is what we traditionally do. We work with the providers through our capacity building to make sure that they understand the contract management, and we make sure that they know exactly what initiatives they need to do and how we can support to make sure that the contracts are being managed and they're maximizing the revenue.
Yeah, I agree, and we also should anticipate, we know young people aren't going to show up, so then, are we encouraging providers to over-enroll and do those things so that they can be maximizing the money? Because we know from numbers that we have some of the highest unemployment rates with young people. So, and this is, for me, seems like a running theme throughout city agencies where we're not connecting the dots because we have vacancies and then we have a lot of people who are unemployed. But for some reason, we are not able to connect the dots to ensure that we're maximizing these programs and getting them to the people who need them the most. And so I think that we really need to make sure that we're evaluating that and making sure that we're getting to those who need it, because sometimes, a lot of times, young people who are at greater risk are not the ones in these programs. So we need to do a better job.
So I just want to take this moment to talk about the special initiative and what we're doing in SYEP to address those young people that are at risk. Val, you want to talk about the special initiative?
Yeah, I think, is this on? Yeah, as you know, I think we've moved SYEP over the last several years to be more and more targeted towards young people who need the service the most. So in our special initiatives program in particular, year over year, we've grown that portfolio and done special things like last year we started prioritizing all young people who live in NYCHA, whether they apply through a NYCHA-specific contract or through the lottery. We have a partnership with DOE where we target youth with disabilities. We've increased that number year over year. We partner with District 75 and TCAC at DOE to do that, and the NYPD is a great partner there as well, being an employer for a lot of those young people. We work together with ACS, with DOP, DHS, to target young people in one of those systems to make sure that they get priority slots and also additional resources and services to enroll in the program. So everything about SYEP right now is targeting those slots that we have, the resources that we have towards young people who need them the most.
Yes, I agree, and I know that you guys have been making great strides to make sure we're reaching more and more young people, and especially those who typically are not in these programs, but I'm always going to push that we could always do more because there are still young people who have very high unemployment rates.
And we heard you, and one of the things that we decided to do, and Val can talk about that as well, is we started doing grassroots recruitment. So we went to some of our NYCHA cornerstone programs and community centers and actually started recruiting on the ground.
If DYCD anticipates savings for $40 million on less than anticipated spending over the next several years, will contracts be value be reduced?
I don't see that happening.
When you say you don't see that happening, isn't that like the trend that's happening? Because we're saying that they've been reduced. That's what's happening?
We can't baseline the historical numbers, right? So if we're looking at an historical numbers and understanding that there will always be some savings there, knowing exactly how much that savings are or will be, how do we determine that?
I mean, historically, these contracts have been underspending, and so my question is, why aren't we shifting those to providers that are able to provide those slots and shifting them to other programs that have longer wait lists? So why aren't we looking at those things to actually maximize the money in this portfolio?
So, hi, Chair Stevens. And so just to expand on what the Commissioner was stating, these contracts, we are doing accrual savings. And so as he mentioned, we are not doing contractual reductions for the term of these contracts as they currently exist. So I want to make sure that's clear for those listening that these are accrual savings and they will not have any impact to the contract value of these throughout the duration of their term.
Nor the amount of kids.
Correct. There will be no reduction to the kids served. In addition to that, I believe your question was around how do we ensure that the funds that we have for certain contracts are being expended appropriately. And so I can assure you that in the after-school portfolio, there are often contract changes to reflect less enrollment, schools that are truncated, schools that have closed, and those slots are then reallocated. In the SYP portfolio, throughout the year, given that's a 6-week program, there are adjustments made during that program period to ensure that slots are allocated in the best way possible. So we are monitoring it very closely to make sure that with the limited resources that we have, we are making sure that it's being appropriated to the right provider and the right community to make sure that it's being expended.
But that kind of didn't answer the question that I asked, though, because I asked saying, like, if we know that historically this is going to happen and thinking ahead, and I know that even with the compass, that typically happens where you'll shift it, especially if a program is closing, but I'm talking about if there's accruals, why are we not saying, like, let's shift these to the providers that have longer waiting lists and things like that, opposed to just, like, if a program is closing?
So, Chair Stevens, that's what I said. So for a provider, for example, if you have a contract and you have 100 slots, you do not serve 20 of them for multiple years. The team does look closely at to see how many programs are under.
I'm not talking about for multiple years, and that's why I think we're not hearing each other. I'm not talking about for multiple years. I'm talking about for that program. Like, I'm not saying, obviously, for over multiple years, that does happen. If it's multiple years, you'll say, hey, you're not meeting your numbers year after year. We're going to shift these slots to another place. Yes.
You're talking about a provider that has a contract and has multiple contracts and is underspending in one area, and can they move that funding to another contract within that same provider's portfolio?
Not necessarily that provider to another provider, because we often know that there are some programs that have longer wait lists during that year, and that money is just sitting there, and now we're saying we're reducing it and there's no reduction in services, when there really is, because we're not reaching the amount of numbers of kids that we say that we are.
So I would also want to mention that when we do reallocation, we have to be mindful of PPP rules. And so money is allocated by a solicitation, so we just can't move money from provider to provider. We have to make sure that we're following all the appropriate procurement rules to make sure that we stay consistent to the RFP and the funds that were initially allocated. So if it's underperforming in an elementary program, we got to make sure that when we reallocate it, we're reallocating to another elementary program. We want to make sure that if it's in a certain district, we're reallocating to that same district so that community is still receiving it. So we would like to do it, but again, we're in the fiscal year. Sometimes you find out later that they're underperforming and funds can't move that quickly. And that's why we typically try to look at multiple years, because there are a number of things that can impact a program's performance in any given fiscal year. We don't make decisions just based off of one fiscal year.
No, I'm aware, but I'm also aware that sometimes historically it takes multiple years for that to happen. So I'm aware of that as well. So we're going to move on to Office of Neighborhood Safety. DYCD's budget for ONS includes $840 million added to fiscal 2024, $131 million in fiscal 2025, and the out years. Are there any challenges that DYCD foresee in successfully running this program?
Challenges in terms of the way that we're managing the program, because we're still going through a transition. So based upon the fact that we're still going to transition and we're in communications with, the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, we're still trying to understand what those challenges are so that we can be prepared for it.
So you do foresee some challenges, and that's what I'm asking.
No, I'm saying we should be prepared for any possibilities of any challenges. But right now, we're still in transition. We're still having conversations with the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice.
So you don't foresee anything that's going to...
So what I'm saying is that those transition periods are
And it's okay it's okay to foresee some challenges, and that you're preparing for them too.
Well,
it's okay.
We've been able to adapt to other challenges that we've had in our portfolio.
No one's saying that you're not. We're just asking if you foresee challenges.
No, I just want to be clear that those conversations are still ongoing. And the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice has been very upfront on exactly the transition and the transition period, the issues involving the budget, the issue involving program and program areas, So those conversations, but I would love to read you in as soon as that program officially transitions over.
Absolutely. I've been meeting with you guys monthly about it. So I also foresee issues, and I don't know why it's such an issue to say that. And it's okay, and I think that you're preparing for it, but there is going to be some issues and challenges. Like, it's okay. Like, it's not a bad thing.
I understand.
What is the current number of contracts for these programs? Is DYCD going to increase the number of contracts for these programs?
Yeah, I'll take that question. So currently, as it's structured, there aren't that many contracts. There's probably less than about a dozen contracts, but there are a lot of subcontracts within those, and those number like up to 100. So we are definitely, as the commissioner is saying, that is one challenge, to your point, right? But we are thankful that, OMB and Mayor have agreed to give us additional resources to help manage that. Contracting is obviously a big concern for the city as a whole. So we are getting resources we need to make sure that those contracts and subcontracts get registered.
So you said there's 12, and how many subcontractors?
There's somewhere between, I think, 80 to 100. Yeah.
If you can give me the exact numbers, that'd be
we'll
great.
get you.
Yeah. Will DYCD be allocating to historical groups who've been doing this work?
I believe there's there's a process, and based upon the process that was, established by the prime contractor, which is United Way, we'll see exactly at the end of the process where the RFP awardees and who has won and who has lost. Right now, we're not there yet.
Interesting. There are providers that have been reaching out because they have not received FY2023 funding. Will DYCD accommodate the providers that have not received funding to successfully run their programs?
So if there's a provider that has issues, I would really like for you to refer them to me so that I can resolve those issues.
Has DYCD performed any evaluations or have anticipating performing evaluations for these new programs coming on to under the neighborhood safety?
So currently, again, we're still transitioning with MOCJ, Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. Those are questions that, we will be asking in terms of evaluation and where they are and have they been completed or done. So I really don't have an answer for you on that one, but I can get back to you on that one.
Yes, thank you. Summarizing, at the preliminary budget, we had the opportunity to discuss summarizing program. DYCD successfully enrolled 110 elementary and middle school students for programming, and enhancements to enrollment process were great results. I know the enrollment has begun. Do we know and have total numbers? And I think you mentioned in your open around how many students are currently enrolled.
Susan?
Good afternoon. I think the commissioner was speaking to
Thank you. The number of applications,
Yeah.
roughly 139,000 summarizing applications to date.
Okay. Okay, great. So we're surpassing numbers from last year. And I know at our last hearing, we started to talk a little bit about the matching program. Could you describe a little bit what that matching program will look like since we are changing from the first come, first serve?
I think, I don't know if I can describe the technical details in detail, but I think Commissioner mentioned one of the big improvements was allowing people to have choice, to rank multiple choices, as opposed to last year when you grabbed a spot and it was gone. This way we allowed as many people who are interested to apply for the program, so that was a huge thing. Now the city's in the process of matching those young people, trying to maximize the number of first choices, if not second, third, down the road to make the initial enrollment decisions. So our priority areas also, as the commissioners testified, is students in temporary housing, students with disabilities, students in foster care, and additionally, young people who have a connection to CBO after-school program are being considered.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what the process will look like to ensure that both principals and CBO providers are working together collaboratively around this matching process?
The matching, the criteria, the priority areas of the matching process are complete. I think the period where we were working really closely with CBOs and principals was during that open application to make sure that families know, we did local outreach, we did site-based outreach to make sure that everybody knew the program portal was open and had an opportunity to apply.
So who will be doing the matching then?
The matching is a technical process. DOE is leading the algorithms that will assign people to their program locations based on the family choice and the priorities to make sure that of the 110,000 seats, they go to the young people who applied who are most in need.
So this is going to be like computerized where people are kind of just matched to the system. This isn't going to be a conversation between CBO providers and the principal. Because that just sounds like it's going to be a lot of error for mistakes.
We have a leadership team from DYCD, from DOE. We work really closely we've been, since the day one of the applications coming out, to see what are the trends, where are applications coming in, what do we need to do to be responsive to that. I don't think there's a place for local decision-making at that point, but there will be as we get further along. We may have seats still available. We want to make sure that CBOs and principals know how to get young people into available seats. It's possible somebody drops out, there's an available seat, and in that way, the local process will be very, very important.
And I just want to add the collaboration with not only the New York City Public Schools, but with our CBOs, and specifically to Susan's point, localizing it so that the CBOs and the principals, along with the superintendents, and I'm going to add that as well, because in my conversation with the chancellor, we made sure that the superintendent was also involved in the process as well. So as far as the feedback that we're getting, so far everything is going okay.
I'll let you guys know the feedback that I get, because sometimes it's always conflicting. So the next question I have is just around young people with special needs. Who will be taking on the lead to ensure that during the CBO time that students have adequate paraprofessionals and things like that on staff? Because last year that was definitely one of the issues that was raised.
That is also definitely a true partnership. I mean, initially, CBO providers will be connected with families, trying to understand what accommodations young people need, whether or not they need a para. They may have special needs that require a certain focus and direction. CBO staff would be responsible for that. DOE is communicating with families to see who participating in summarizing may need truly additional support in the form of maybe a DOE-funded para, and that decision is being made with families, with the special ed team, with Department of Education. We also have great communication with DOE to escalate any situations that maybe weren't predicted, or maybe there wasn't a need that was seen, but after the program is running, we observe that additional support is needed, and we have a process for that as well.
What does training look like for the CBO staff around students with special needs? I know that was another concern where a lot of folks last year said that they only got virtual training and didn't feel equipped to actually work with the young people and the needs that they had.
I'm really excited to say, like, professional development has kicked off. Much of it has kicked off this week. That includes, I know this was important to you, like partnerships between principals and CBOs.
Forced partnership.
Doing their collaborative planning, and also workshops for staff and leadership around supporting students with disabilities. We also, after the enrollment process, we plan to convene, we will be able to see, sites that have high number of students with disabilities may need additional support, convene them, see what supports they need, and we're happy to be having robust professional development this summer.
I will be remiss to not ask this question that I ask every single time we talk about Summer Rising. Is there going to be consideration for community centers to receive the same rate increase as Summer Rising?
I'm not aware we're preparing any amendments right now for community center funding, but we are planning supports. We've got, for example, I think this Thursday we're kicking off a summer meet and greet for community centers and Summer Rising providers to meet arts groups and other kinds of enrichment activity organizations that they can partner with to supplement the activities that they provide directly.
I'm going to beat the drum that I beat every time, and at every hearing I will continue to do it. I do not think that we should be having programs that are doing the same work, making different pay. It puts programs that are in the same agency in a very challenging and difficult place, especially when staff ask to transfer to programs in the same agency because they have a higher pay rate. So I'm just gonna always do it until we fix it. So I'm gonna keep beating the drum.
And we hear you.
I know. Well, I'm gonna keep saying it though. So I'm gonna move on to adult literacy and ask a couple of questions, and then I'll pass it off to committee members, and then I'll come back for some more questions because we know I have a couple of them. Adult literacy, baselining funding for adult literacy, double baseline funding for adult literacy programs, and the council response to the mayor's preliminary budget in 2023 financial plan. Council called on the administration to include $13.5 million to increase the baseline funding for adult literacy programs to $27 million. The increase would double the level of investments per student in the upcoming DYCD request for proposal RFP. The executive budget did not recognize any additional funding for adult literacy. Can DYCD provide a clarification on the adult literacy on the number of seats funded per the current contract?
Hi, Chair Stevens. The total amount of seats per contract is 16,340.
I'm sorry, say that again. I'm sorry, I didn't write.
16,340.
340. Thank you. What is the current head count for this program?
15,132.
How does DYCD propose to address the needs for adults, New Yorkers, and asylum seekers?
I'm sorry, Chair Stevens, I want to just provide a little bit of clarification. Regarding the head count, there are 5 head count associated with this program with DYCD.
Okay, do you want to go through the 5?
No, I don't have that in front of me right in front of me.
Okay, so you can send this to us after.
Will do.
How does DYCD propose to address the needs for adult New Yorkers and asylum seekers who desperately need the benefits of language access programs?
So we've been actually just providing the adult literacy to our HERC. And in addition to that, we've provided, I know we're sticking on literacy, but I also want to emphasize the investment that we've made in terms of our RHY programs and in terms of providing with our CBOs additional services such as legal services as well for our migrants and asylum seekers. But specifically on literacy, we have an investment that we're working with, and we have provided literacy programs in the HERC centers.
Thank you. And because you did bring up the RHY population, and I know there was a one-time allocation of $200,000 to one of our CBOs, will that also be allocated again for next fiscal year?
We're currently meeting with our CBOs to try to understand what resources they're going to need as we're looking at the increase and monitoring the increase along with the other sister agencies and City Hall on the migrant situation and the influx.
What is the current per student rate for adult literacy education programs?
The rate ranges between $850 and $950.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It ranges between $850 and $950.
Does the current rate adequately support the requirements and services for the adult literacy? And how could the administration reconcile any discrepancies?
I think the rate currently supports the viability of the programs based on the requirements in the RFP. I think that we are currently going through a concept paper and we are evaluating the existing model, and we will make adjustments to the rate as we finish the concept paper review process.
Yeah, DYCD recently released a concept paper that included approximately $12.6 million for funding for adult basic education, English speakers of other languages, and high school equivalency programs. Yet the executive budget only includes less than $10 million for those services, just 72% of what DYCD committed to in the concept paper. Why is there a gap in funding, and when are we expected OMB and DYCD to add the additional $3.5 million to cover the $12.6 million identified in the concept paper?
The current RFP budget is 12.7. I'm not sure of the amount. I know we've had some adjustments to the budget, but in reflection of PEGs. But the previous PEG for adult literacy was actually a revenue swap. And so their baseline contract for the RFP has not substantially changed. And so I'm not entirely clear of the $3.5 million you're referring to.
It's saying that in the budget currently, it's only $10 million that's allocated for the RFP. So I think that's where the discrepancy is.
I think I can follow up with you after the hearing to kind of figure out how we can reconcile the differences in numbers.
Thank you. The concept paper increases student funding for adult literacy from $950 per student to $1,300 per student. The current $950 rate established since 2014, and the new $1,300 rate simply reflects the cost of living adjustment. Based on the cost model budget for the investment and quality report, advocates are calling for the rate of no less than $2,700 per student to adequately fund the resources and support needed to serve adult literacy. How does the administration plan to achieve the level of investment while also proposing cutting funding for adult literacy education?
So I just want to emphasize, and I'm sorry, we're going to keep having these conversations on the fact that the city and the city fiscal situation is still trying, is still a major issue. We have the migrant situation, the asylum seekers, we have the collective bargaining agreements that we need to land at. So I understand, the PPP wanting to be and land at a certain level, but at this time in dealing with the fiscal challenges, we don't know. We have no, we understand, we hear their concerns, we know exactly where they want to land, but right now, 1,300 is where we are proposing in the concept papers.
So I just want us to make sure that we're understanding that if providers are saying that they need one thing and we're not even close to that, because if we're at 1,300 and the providers are saying they need 2,700 per student, that's a huge discrepancy. Like, that's not like a couple of dollars. And so I think we also need to understand what quality of program that's going to be and what that's going to look like. And so for me, yes, we are in a crisis, but we find money for the things that we deem important. And so for me, this is important, especially when we have an influx of folks who are going to need these services. So we have to make sure that we're finding a balance and we're also pushing back. And so yes, we're in a financial crisis, but we're finding money for the things we think are important. And clearly this is something that the city is saying is not important.
No, I don't think the city is saying that. I think that what we need to also understand is the quality of our programs. And I think that the adult literacy programs and the literacy programs are quality programs.
Absolutely, they're quality programs because the providers are doing the work, but we should also pay people what they're worth. Like, it's not okay for us to say that, oh yeah, they're great programs just because the providers are putting in extra work. They're working overtime and doing the thing. So I think we have to, that is not okay. That is not okay for us to just be like, oh, well, they're good programs, of course, because they're being overworked.
Understood. Again, circling back to the fiscal situation, right?
We find money in these budgets for the things that we deem important. And to me, that's saying it's not important.
Chair Stevens, I just want to elaborate that the 1,300 reflected in the concept paper is an increase from the 950. And so while it may not be at the 2,700, we are substantially increasing the current price per participant. And the city has released a wage enhancement initiative. And so while it may not reach to the level that the providers are asking for, I think the city is trying to make an effort to, recognize the changes in the financial climate in the city while still trying to manage the fiscal obligations. We're trying.
No, I don't think that, this is not about anyone trying. What I'm saying is, if the people who are actually doing the work is saying it's not enough, it is not okay for us to be like, well, you guys figure it out. That's just not okay.
And I don't think we're saying that. I think we're basically saying that we understand. I've met with the the providers as well, and I understand. I understand where they want to land. I really do.
And we should push so we can get there. So I'm gonna open it up now for my colleagues who have questions, and I have a few more questions, and we'll come back.
We've also been joined by council members Brooks Powers, Brewer, and Ayala. First question will be from Councilman Osei, followed by Barron.
Thank you so much, chairs. The executive plan calls for $48.8 million for runaway and homeless youth programs. This is $4.5 million less than the fiscal year 2023 adopted budget due to one-time funding. This committee actually just had a hearing on runaway and homeless youth, which talked about the dire need for new beds for runaway and homeless youth. How will this reduction impact this need, especially as we have more youth in our shelter system due to the arrival of asylum seekers?
So I just want to add, and thanks for the question, that in our runaway homeless youth program, we have a success story, in fact. One of our sites that is run by Rising Ground, it just came on site. So we're at for the 21-24 population, we're at the 60 bed where we were originally in previous years. So that's a good story. The level of investments that we need and understanding exactly where those levels of investment is a conversation that we're currently having with not only our providers but with OMB as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And at the committee's last oversight hearing, and sorry to bring this up again, we spoke to many advocates who told us about their shelter experiences. They said that as LGBTQ youth, they felt discriminated against by the staff at their shelter and did not feel safe. Will any of this budget for runaway and homeless youth go towards specific LGBTQ runaway and homeless youth initiatives? And if so, what are they?
And I appreciate actually the opportunity to maybe add some clarification. I remember the communication in that hearing, and I wanted to just express how we've had tremendous growth over the last few years of our runaway and homeless youth. We have about 50 residential sites, we have 813 beds, and I think that the drop-in centers and the residential programs are widely seen as warm, welcoming spaces, in particular providing specialized service and support for LGBTQIA young people. So I feel that the services coming through runaway and homeless youth are generally reflected by young people as being very supportive and warm and welcoming.
Okay, and is there any money in the budget that it goes towards specific initiatives for LGBTQ homeless youth, or?
Yes, over the course of the years, baseline runaway and homeless youth program funding has been targeted toward specialized services for LGBTQ youth. Now it's part of our baseline programming for both residential programs and drop-in centers, and it's part of the culture, training, hiring, staffing support that is throughout the system.
Okay, thank you, chairs.
Councilmember Barron, followed by Riley.
Thank you. Commissioner, you mentioned three times about the fiscal condition of the city, and I know you're parroting what the mayor has said, but there are differences on that. The fiscal condition of the city, big differences. You mentioned the asylum seekers. He says $4.3 billion we need for asylum seekers. Not true. $3.1 billion, $1 billion coming from the state, making it $2 billion, and another $800 million is coming from the feds, $1.2 billion. You mentioned the unions settlement, $4 billion. Some people think that's a bloated number, and in fact, there's been a $4.1 billion unexpected revenue increase, and there's $8.3 billion in a reserve account. So when you speak about the fiscal condition and why you can't have more money, I understand what you got to say, working with the mayor. It's not true. Fact of the matter is they have more money than what they anticipated, which is why the budget went from $102 billion to $106 billion. And we're not in the kind of crises that the mayor is manipulating the agencies into thinking you got to do these cuts to the agencies to take care of the asylum seekers. Not true. That's number one. And I suggest you research it. Don't take my word or the mayor's word. Just research it, and you'll see that is not the situation. You have a Republican, conservative mayor that's putting forth an austerity budget that balances the budget on cuts, as opposed to, and then they make you say pegs, savings, cuts. I want to ask you a question about the summer youth program. That's been a pet peeve of mine since I've been in the city council under Bloomberg and my wife under de Blasio. Never do the right justice for the youth in the summer. In your report, you said there was 163,000 youth who applied, and you doubled it. 53,000 actually got positions. Somewhere else in the report it said 100,000. That's ridiculous. We need jobs for our youth, not just during the summer, but what about the rest of the year? And how much are they making over the summer? There's no reason why we can't employ all of those youth that apply. I want to know, what would your calculation of the amount of money would be for 100, and let's just say 200,000 youth, because there are a lot of youth who don't apply anymore because they never get the jobs. But let's just say if it was 200,000 youth jobs over the summer, how much money would that be? And do you have a program for youth employment for the rest of the year, beyond the 2 months? I'll start there and stop there.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Barron. Violet, could you set it there for a minute? I just want to first make sure that you and I are correct on the numbers. So the investment that the mayor had made from the previous mayor was 75,000 SYEP slots to currently, going into the second year, 100,000 young people getting jobs. Not only are they getting jobs, but the mayor also insisted that we also institute financial literacy. That was part of that whole program, which has never been done before. So that's an investment. And I think that sometimes we need to look at programs and program investment and then walk away with a win. This 100,000 young people getting jobs, working in careers, having the experience with not only local community-based organizations where they're working at, but also Microsoft and other corporate executives.
For those youth, that's great, but there's 100,000 youth who have nothing. And when you have a city that has a $106.7 billion budget and takes care of half the youth that apply, I don't see that as a success, especially when it's not necessary. If it was absolutely fiscally necessary, I would be on the same page with you. But I've been in here for 14 years. I don't know how many budgets you've been through, but I've been through 14 budgets, and there's always been not enough money for youth employment. They need jobs, not jail. And I will guarantee you in this budget, if you combed it yourself, the mayor can talk about, de Blasio bragged about the 75,000. Then the mayor says 100,000. Bloomberg brags about 40, 50,000. But we're not taking care of our youth on that employment level, no matter how many wonderful things you say. And this is not a knock on you, because you're strapped with whatever they fund you. But just to let you know that your mayor is shortchanging you unnecessarily.
And I also want to emphasize, and I don't know if you heard about the special initiative, which I brought Deputy Commissioner Mulligan in, because I want to make sure that we provide you with the correct information on the targeted population that you have successfully advocated for. Could you talk about the special initiative?
Now, before we go to that, I just want to stay with the summer youth.
Sure, that's what we're going to talk about.
But I'm saying just the amount of slots. The 100,000 is woefully inadequate for the youth that are going to need jobs this summer, because when the sun comes out, unfortunately, the guns come out, violence goes up, and we need to address it more seriously. Not concerned about that part of it, just the number of slots available. Is there something that can be done? 100,000 seems a lot when you compare it to other years, but when you compare it to the need, it is woefully inadequate.
And then you mentioned gun violence, and I just want to emphasize that the increase from 75,000 to 100,000, the mayor's investment, was specifically based upon the mayor's blueprint to end gun violence.
Yeah, but that's not going to end it if you have 100,000 youth who are not going to receive jobs when you have money for them to receive jobs. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. I know you got to come and defending the mayor and all of that, but the bottom line, those are flowery words at these hearings, but I live in East New York.
And we've been
and
to
I
East
know,
New York.
I got you.
And we recruited in your neighborhood.
I know you did. Not enough. A.T. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
One of my proteges. We work hard. He does work. Even those programs are challenged. I wanted to ask you that, and then I'll stop. The reimbursement, it's not working. It's not working at all. I have a bill in now, and I wonder if you would support it, to say that we need to end the reimbursement, particularly for black and brown not-for-profits who don't have the money to shell out the initial money and they get reimbursed. My bill would say that they should get their allotment and have to turn in receipts and all of that to be accountable for it, and it should be expedited through the comptroller's office. But only not rich, but well-off white not-for-profits benefit from reimbursement, not the very people you're talking about, A.T. Mitchell and all of them. They are suffering because they got to have upfront money in order to get 50,000, a million. They got to have the upfront money. If they don't, they can't even spend it. Then they got to get bridge loans, and that becomes a real problem. So I know the mayor's talking all of that stuff, appointing people, and even those programs are underfunded. In a robust economy, trust me, it's not what you think.
I would love to sit down and hear your thoughts, Councilmember Barron. I would love to. And I was at the same event in Man Up at their community center with you, and I hear you. I would love to sit down and hear your thoughts.
You got it.
Okay.
Councilmember Riley.
Thank you, Chair Brandon and Chair Stevens, and thank you to the administration. Commissioner Howard, it's great to see you today, my brother. Just a few questions. The council's recommendation for adult literacy and continued education funding was based on essential needs. I can specifically cite in my district as an example of a large immigrant population of everyday New Yorkers with diverse experiences and backgrounds, many of which are looking to grow in these professional fields and programs, and whom have shared the benefits of classes they have received. When enrolling in these programs, they also gain access to other resources and structural knowledge, and my staff have received constituent service referrals from service providers. These programs invest in the whole person. Furthermore, we are facing staffing shortage in our city administration services, and it will be cost effective to provide such supportive training and investment. So my question is, what are the plans to increase adult literacy and shore up our workforce needs, taking into consideration that $0 was allocated to expanding adult literacy in the executive budget?
So again, I think Navita Bailey mentioned that we did increase the PPP in our concept paper. We went from 950 to 1,300. We understand that we need to continue to talk with ONB, we need to continue to talk with our community-based organizations, we need to continue to talk with the council on exactly where we need and where the actual line of communications and the gaps in communications need to be shored up. Because to be quite honest, if the community-based organizations are telling us it's not enough, we hear you, we understand that. But we have increased, and we did show an increase in the PPP.
You said 950 to 1,300?
950 to 1,300.
Thank you, Commissioner. Considering the expansion and development of the Work, Learn, Grow has not been funded, what plans does this administration have to ensure that New York City students in need have a place to receive college readiness skills, internship opportunities, and career explorations?
Great question.
Thanks for that question. Right now we have funding for 2,000 slots for Work, Learn, and Grow. We're really grateful that that funding was baselined and are focused on making sure that those slots are as high quality as they can be. We've built a really amazing partnership with CUNY, so students through that program will be able to participate in a CUNY course. Last year, for the first time, since we developed this model, we expanded that program to our special initiatives population that I was talking about earlier. We're really proud of that as well. So, right now we're working with the 2,000 slots we have to make sure that they're really successful this year.
Thank you. Earlier this year, news broke out about a change in policy for DYCD overnight drop-in centers despite no longer allowing youth people to utilize cots while awaiting a bed at the city's numbers of youth shelter beds. This exposed a significant service gap and disempowered compassionate providers for providing shot gap services. As we work to negotiate new strategies to address this lack of support, it is even more deeply concerning to hear that the executive budget does not have funding outlining to meaningfully scale up these services. The council has been soliciting the administration's support for $6.3 million in baseline funding to provide 40 additional beds and staffing for housing navigation and peer services. Is there any particular reason that this funding was not included, and what does DYCD plan to provide as an alternative for crucial housing and safety services?
The overall goal is always stable housing, right? That's the overall goal. We have, and I just want to reemphasize, because I did mention this before, that we had a provider that just came on board. So now there has been, and we've scaled up to where we should have been and where we're at, which is 60 beds for young people 21 to 24. We're in communications with OMB, trying to understand exactly where we need to provide and what the funding looks like, for additional beds. So we are in talks with OMB. Those are all conversations that are ongoing.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I have a quick question to follow up to Councilmember Riley. So at the April 24th hearing, we know that 15 beds were taken offline, and we're at 45. Were those 15 beds put back online yet?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's what we're referring to.
So we're at our full 60
We're at our
capacity.
full 60, yes.
Chair Stevens, can I just have 2 more questions, please?
Of course.
Thank you. Summarizing, I'm sorry I stepped out. I don't know if Chair Stevens asked this question,
Sure.
But last year I did have a concern about the lack of space outside for students to have open space to utilize, because a lot of the schools they were renovating. I did see in this year in my district per se that some programs were moved to other schools that had outdoor space. Was that your solution of how DYCD addressed this issue, and did you guys do it citywide?
I'm going to take credit for it, but I'll let.
Well, I think I'll take credit because I'm the one that mentioned it last year.
Absolutely. We did get a, can you hear me? We did get a question earlier about the locations, and all of that is taken into consideration. Good outdoor recreation space, adequate space to have young people in the schools sharing cafeterias, computer labs, theater spaces. So yeah, absolutely, that's a priority. And if you hear anything in your community, I know you've had personal experiences, we'd love to hear about it.
And I'll share the credit with you, Council Member, because when I went to your office, that's one of the things that you mentioned.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. And just 2 last things. Summer night lights. Summer night lights, Saturday night lights. I'm saying summer night lights. Saturday night lights. Is there any plan on expanding the program to include swimming programs? I know certain sites, like in my district, the YMCA is a Saturday night light program, but they just have like basketballs and other programs. Is there any talks about expanding swimming programs for Saturday night lights?
I'm going to bring up Deputy Commissioner Rathaway and talk about that. Good afternoon.
It's your favorite topic.
Oh, I thought the button was on. Good afternoon, Councilmember Riley.
Hi, how you doing, Darryl?
That is an amazing idea. I think we right now there are no plans to expand into swimming, but it's something that we could definitely talk about offline, take a look into, and see if we can run a pilot.
All right, and give the credit to me when you do, okay?
Great, and while we're expanding it, make sure we add an evaluation component to it as well. Because we should stop expanding programs if we don't have evaluations to ensure that they are actually doing what we want them to do and having goals around them.
Noted.
And lastly, the beacon programs within my community. Commissioner Howard, I just want to make sure that we're following up with that. The capacity space for the beacon programs that are inside of the schools, just making sure that we're allowing the beacon programs to have that. So just want to follow up with you on that.
Yeah, we have a meeting on the books with the superintendent in your district to make sure that those programs not only have adequate access, but that they can be right-sized to make sure that those programs are functioning, and that the New York City Public Schools is also, as a value partner, is working closely with the CBOs to that run the Beacon program to make sure that we have no issues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to your team, too. Thank you, Chairs.
Councilmember Lewis, followed by Ayala.
Thank you, chairs. Nice to meet you, Commissioner. Thank you for coming with your whole team. All right, lots of questions. All right, the first one is in regards to a financial literacy program that we've heard in committee. We have a bill right now asking for DYCD to provide a financial literacy training for youth, especially homeless youth. So I wanted to know, in this executive budget, are there any funds included to start a pilot program for financial literacy for youth?
Good question, Councilwoman. There actually is a financial literacy component in our Runaway Homeless Youth program. And not only is it in our program, but it has been an investment that the mayor made sure that we have in not only the SYEP, but other program areas as well. And I really want to emphasize it and just shine light on the Department of Consumer and Workers Protection, because they also provide financial literacy in our programs as well.
So I just want to share with you, we had a hearing, Chair Stevens had a hearing last month, and we heard from youth that said that the program was not successful and not helpful. So you may want to think about having a conversation with some of your sites about this particular program. And maybe consider what our bill is providing as a second option.
I would love to hear feedback on what the young people have been telling you about their success in the program and where there's program gaps.
Thank you, and hopefully you can include those funds in executive budget. I have a quick question about ONS. So now that DYCD will inherit ONS at $184 million. I don't know about other members, but for me, the coordination with Cure Violence Sites has been unsuccessful. And I wanted to know, is DYCD going to increase the number of contracts for these programs?
Sure, I'll take that. Thank you for the question. And I think to answer the first part, I think part of the reason why it's being moved over to DYCD is that we can connect, we can make those connections for those groups because of all the different CBOs that we work with and having programs in every district. I think with regards to the expanding that, there is right now there was an RFP that was released, so we are pending the results of that. It does look like there will be an expansion, but we don't have that released yet.
So that was going to be my next question. There was an RFP that was released in 2021 for FY22 for additional providers under CMS. I wanted to know if these particular groups would be considered in the new executive budget that's being put out, only because some of them haven't been able to either scale or don't have the capacity to provide the services. And then I do have another question about Saturday Night Lights. Many of our members here, Councilman Riley being one of them, have Saturday Night Lights in their district. And I find that we ourselves have to talk to our providers about restructuring the program. Like in my district, we've included golf, tennis, in addition to basketball. Councilman Riley's gonna add swimming. I'm gonna give him his credit for that. I wanted to know if this is something that you all are considering for the executive budget, and how much additional funds do you think would have to be added in order to provide a myriad of programs under Saturday Night Lights?
I can only answer, I'll answer the first part, which was your ONS question regarding the FY21 RFP. So those groups who applied, they are still being considered. So they're part of this process of when we finalize the awards, they are under consideration as well.
When are we going to hear back about that? Because we've been waiting
very soon,
close
we
to 2
hope,
years.
right? Yeah, I mean, we're hoping those contracts will start, July 1. So we expect to finalize this in a matter of days, if not.
And we have a high level of confidence that we're going to be able to maintain the continuity of service.
Thank you. And regarding the expansion of Saturday Night Lights?
So I think when we talk about programs, right, we have to make sure that the programs, to Councilman Riley and to Council, to your point, have enriching programs that are going to attract young people. And I think when we sit down and talk with our community-based organizations that are running those programs, if you know of and you can discuss with us exactly what your district and what those young people would like to see, we would love to hear from you.
We also need to know from your agency the evaluation component that Chair Stevens mentioned. I think that's really important for us to include.
Yes.
Thank you.
The chair had made it very clear.
Thank you, Chairs.
Councilmember Ayala, followed by Carr.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. I have two questions. One is regarding the summarizing program. Do migrant families qualify for summarizing? And if so, do they get priority as a result of their temporary housing status?
Yes, to both. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that. And regarding the contracts, I know that Councilmember Stevens asked earlier, but I don't believe that we got a thorough response. Regarding the contract payout backlogs, obviously, as stated before, providers are saying that there's not enough contracting staff. How are you addressing this internally?
Are you referring to provider staff or
No, I'm referring
staff
to
what's inside YCD?
Yes.
So thank you for that question. I may have fumbled a little bit earlier in the answer, but I did want to basically provide some more background to this. So coming into this year, DYCD, like a lot of other city agencies, lost a lot of staff, and our attrition rate was probably over 2%. Since January, the attrition rate for our agency has been hovering around 1%, which is a lot better. And I know that Councilmember Brannon had asked and made a point that we only were able to add one additional head, but we were able to stop the flow of people leaving, or at least offset that. So right now, our total agency headcount is 517, of which we have 479 on board, and we are making a press to hire on those remaining heads. So right now, we already have about a dozen or more people who are in the pipeline to be onboarded in the next couple of weeks.
How many of those are specifically addressing the contract issue?
I don't have that exact number, but we can get back to you on that.
I'd appreciate it.
Hi, Chair. Hi, Avila.
Yes.
Hi, this is Navita. I just want to expand that DYC over the last year has made a lot of effort to improve our contracting and registration for our providers. I'm proud to say that in FY24 continuation, we have about 650 contracts that needed to get registered. We've sent out about 90% to providers, and so we're doing everything that we can to ensure that we can get these contracts registered on time. Additionally, we had the allowance amendment, over 1,000 contracts. We have about 90% registered already. I think only 500 are left that need to get registered. So we are making a lot of efforts internally to streamline and synthesize and figure out ways to improve our processes and create efficiency so that providers can get paid on time. And as Chair Councilmember Barron mentioned earlier regarding reimbursement, DYC also initiates a 25% advance to every contract. We don't begin a recovery until January. So ultimately, for providers submitting invoices timely throughout the year, by January, they have 75% of their contract available, even though in theory, they could only have 50% of expenses. So as a city, we're doing everything that we can to ensure that there's cash flow available, and we're trying to get contracts registered.
No, I appreciate that because I'm sure that you've heard other nonprofit groups complain about the same thing, and they've shared stories with us about having to seek out grants and loans to be able to pay staff and to be able to meet their their mandates. So it's obviously something that I get it. Like every city agency is really going through it this year. It's been a really rough ride. And I appreciate your participation in the DCAS hiring halls. I think that those are going to, those are great and offer us an opportunity to really hire up citywide. But this is really, it's essential that we pay our providers, as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Commissioner, I wonder which of us was more surprised to learn you serve in a Republican administration today based on earlier questions. I think probably it was me based on this year's budget, but I just wanted to focus a little bit on the Staten Island perspective. I had written to you and we exchanged correspondence on the adult literacy concept paper, and I shared my concerns about whether or not it was going to effectively serve Staten Island. And when I say that, I mean specifically that the Staten Island portion of those expenditures would be administered by Staten Island not-for-profits. I think all of my colleagues share the view that local providers know their neighborhoods best. And so I was just wondering if you could just relay a little bit more about how that situation has evolved since December when I last heard from you about it.
I'm just going to bring Mike Bobbitt, the Deputy Commissioner, here because when you and I corresponded and my communication to the team, it was very, very clear to make sure that Staten Island is represented, especially when it comes to adult literacy. So he can talk about exactly what we have done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for the question, Council Member. So following up from what Commissioner Howard has expressed since the council paper was released and we articulated an equitable funding formula, we have made some revisions to the way we think about that equitable funding formula, and so there will be representation across all 5 boroughs, which will be then articulated around when we do release the actual RFP. And we understand and appreciate what you and other advocates have said about representation.
I appreciate that. And when is the RFP likely to be released?
Later this summer.
Okay, great. And so I again, and I share that view and concern across RFP processes
we heard
and agencies, and I appreciate your hearing me on this one. My other question is about, we talked a little bit earlier with your earlier answers, reimbursements for providers. DYCD does a great many contracts with local not-for-profits. Many of them are all volunteer institutions, and the back and forth paperwork from grants from council member offices often take a long time. So I was wondering if you could kind of elaborate on maybe what's changed since your tenure began about how you're trying to do that processing better. And I know you're not the only piece of this. Mox has its share of this process as well, but I'd love to hear from you, your perspective.
And thank you, that's a good question. So when I got appointed, one of the first things that I instructed the first deputy commissioner to do is to bring in an independent firm to do a soup to nuts review of our contracting process, to make sure that we're looking at areas in which are creating barriers for our community-based organizations, barriers that are not rested in, in law or statute, but barriers that we have put and is creating financial gridlock. So we have successfully been going through that review, and we've been making changes in our contracting process. And I can honestly tell you that our providers are going to be able to see, a better streamline to make sure that their contracts are getting registered on time and that they're getting payment on time as well.
Could you just elaborate a little bit on the partnership with Mox in terms of that part of this, like how you feel about that's going once you kind of hand the baton off to them, and if you feel like there's some more sort of downstream improvements that are required?
So and I just want to emphasize, and just excuse me to just veer a little bit to say that the mayor had made sure that all city agencies are not working in silos. And one of the excellent relationships that we have is with Mox, Lisa Flores. So we're constantly on the phone, just exchanging ideas and understanding exactly how to better connect and how to better to, connect our resources to ensure that contracts and providers are getting the things that they need. So I would say the relationship has gotten better, the interconnection has gotten better, and the communication and the streamlining has gotten better.
That's good to hear. Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Wan, who just joined us, and Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. And I just want you to know that last year we had a great summer youth employment program student, and we hired her, and she's running the district office. So it works. That's why we need more. And I also want to just say, in terms of financial literacy, I know you have many programs, but the best financial literacy program in the city of New York is World of Money. And if you don't know them, then you should talk to Sabrina Lamb and work with her. I would just get rid of all the rest of them. I'm sorry. I am interested, and also you're doing a great job at the Hercs, but I think everybody's interested in this financial literacy. You're hearing it from many people. So just so I understand it, so you're saying, and it's great about the concept paper, so you have 12.6 it was in the concept paper needed, 9.1 has been allocated, so that's not the full amount. How do you advocate yourself? We can do the same for the balance. And then I know it's good to go from 950 to 1,300, but it was much higher, I think 2,700 or something to that effect. Financial literacy, 2.2 million New Yorkers, adult New Yorkers, need basic education, and we're only doing 4% with the programs that we have. And of course, we have 60,000 people who are here who need financial literacy. So how do you go about advocating for that, or even just trying to get the 3 million and change to be part of the concept paper and to get that out the door? I know what OMB is like. I've been around even longer than Barron. So I get it. I've heard this conversation is like, I can do it in my sleep. But how do, all your programs are good. You need more money for everything. I'm the first to say that. But financial literacy right now, what are we doing?
So I just, and I'll have Chief Financial Officer Navita answer the budget question for you. But in terms of programs and across program areas, I can honestly tell you that is a high priority of the mayor to make sure
we can put money there.
Make sure that financial literacy is across program areas.
Okay.
So here are two things that are happening. One is with our young people in our summer youth employment program, every young people that goes through that program has a financial literacy component. And they're engaged with our CBOs on financial literacy. Okay. Through our Runaway Homeless Youth Program, financial literacy. Now what you're going to be seeing in some of the new RFPs are two things. One is in terms of mental health across the board, and those components that are those populations that we feel that needs to have an investment in financial literacy. You'll see that in our concept papers.
Okay. I think that's all great. Quality counts as much as the program, though. So
yes.
I'd like to hear more about that, because Councilmember Lewis said it wasn't good. I'm just saying.
And I want to hear
what she has to say.
Where those program gaps are.
Okay. What about my literacy money? 3.5.
So you referred to 3.5, and I know that was mentioned earlier, and I think
it was, and I was here, but I want to emphasize it. Go ahead.
Understood. And so I think that throughout this year, there's been one reduction to the literacy program, and that was in the November PEG, I believe, and it was around 2.2 million, and a portion of that was a revenue swap. And so we have not made the appropriate technical adjustment to reflect it in the budget. So the budget's a little bit understated. But ultimately, there's not a substantial difference in the funding for the adult literacy program. So I think what I said earlier was that I think we can talk offline to figure out the differences, and we can kind of reconcile the differences, but it's not a $3.5 million.
I mean, we need more money for literacy, though. It's not even what you suggested in the concept paper is adequate. You know that. I can say it. Maybe you can't, because OMB is always hovering. But this is a huge need. It's almost catastrophic as we sit here today. I mean, I hate to think what your waiting lists are. I know what they are in my neighborhood, so. You want to add something? Because I have another question.
I wanted to add something quickly about the financial literacy, because it's come up twice. At the
World of money.
At the hearing that Chair Stevens convened last month, we heard from young people who are members of the Youth Action Board, young people with lived expertise. They participated in a stakeholder engagement process for RHY that resulted in the financial literacy initiative that we launched this year with DCW, a high-quality financial literacy program. So I think while they were reflecting on their experience, their past experiences, they also should have been taking credit for the good program that has launched. And I just wanted to clarify that feedback about the program wasn't about the program we launched this year.
Congratulations.
I'm sorry, I have a question just to follow up around the literacy. Wasn't that a one-year pilot program that was going on? Has that money been allocated for this year as well?
That program is still operating right now.
Yeah, I know, but wasn't that a pilot program that we're talking about in the drop-in centers that you're referring to? It's 1 year. So has that money been put in the budget for following years? So it's just a one-year program currently?
Currently, it's fitted for 1 year. We're still in ongoing conversations with OMB regarding out-year funding.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because we're touting it as a great, successful program, but I just wanted to be clear that that program is only a one-year program and we have not had any money allocated for it to continue.
But one of the things that I do want to emphasize is the work with the Department of Consumer and Workers Protection, who is also supplementing and working with us and the population that we just talked about to make sure that...
Absolutely, and I think everyone thinks it's a great program, but there's no money allocated for it currently to continue, so want to make sure that is clear.
Okay. I have two other quick questions. One is on evaluation. I know it came up earlier, but not now. But can you give to us at some point the programs that you evaluate, how you go about them? Now, I'm talking about outside evaluators, not internal. And I assume you do some of that, particularly with your new Office of Neighborhood Safety. Are you doing evaluations like with CUNY or academics in any way?
We've had conversations with some of the academic partners, like John Jay and Vera, to see exactly how an evaluation process would look.
Okay, because I think that's important with a new program, but particularly with that program where we're so concerned about the outcome. Okay, so you'll keep us up to date on that?
Yes.
Okay, and then NYCHA. So the long story short, I took the money that the speaker kindly gave every council member, going door to door in NYCHA in my district, opened up the community center, and now it's open 7 days a week. That's what every NYCHA community center needs to be, and I think it's under your purview. Obviously, NYCHA's up here, but you fund the programs. Are you doing that? I mean, every single NYCHA community center to be reviewed on a spreadsheet, GIS, program in there, and evaluation, 7 days a week.
We have an amazing program staff that goes out and evaluate the program.
Yeah, but they're not doing it. I can tell you. I know Manhattan. I know every blade of grass in the borough of Manhattan. They're not open 7 days a week.
If there are issues and there are services that we need to also consider, I would love to talk to you about it.
Okay. Thank you. You will hear from me.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Richardson Jordan, followed by Aviles.
Okay, thank you for the work that you do. I wanted to ask about a couple of things. The first is around the Office of Neighborhood Safety. I wanted to know, in that space, how closely is DYCD going to work with NYPD?
NYPD is a value partner. They will continue to be a value partner. We work with NYPD now in SYEP, in fact, and in Saturday Night Lights. And in fact, I can honestly tell you, and we have to give real credit to NYPD, this year they are doing another record number of having young people in precincts, and they're up to 1,002. I want to make sure we're clear on that. 1,002 young people that are going to be working in the precincts and in the commissioners, whatever the commissioner designates, in the summer programs. Our Saturday Night Light program, as you know, is a joint program with NYPD. So I think that NYPD is a valuable partner, and yes, as we're looking at neighborhood safety, we will be having, and we continue to have those conversations with NYPD.
So can I ask what portion of the budget is going towards that?
Going towards ONS?
The ONS.
The ONS budget for FY24 will be $184 million, and that was what we received in the executive plan.
184 million. Okay, and then do you know what it would cost? It could be a rough estimate for us to be able to offer a jobs guarantee for the youth of the city?
Could you be more specific, please?
If we were to offer a jobs guarantee for the youth of New York City, do you have a sense of what that would cost?
So are you referring to outside of the summer programming?
Yes.
Val, you can talk about that again. The 2,000.
So you're talking about Work, Learn, and Grow or expanding SYE?
Yes. Oh, no, Work, Learn, and Grow, the year-round version, yeah.
Yeah, so can't speak to the budget, can just speak to what we do in program, which is, as the budget comes to us, we're prepared and are always working with our providers to make sure we're prepared to absorb whatever budget we get to be able to serve young people. So I think the number question's a budget question, though.
Okay, do you know the numbers of how many youth have applied for the year-round version, the Work, Learn, Grow?
So unlike SYEP, Work, Learn, Grow doesn't have a large public application. So young people are directly recruited from SYEP by their providers into the Work, Learn, and Grow program. So that's, it's not a number that we have.
Yeah, so we wouldn't necessarily know how many youth. How much of the budget is on the Work, Learn, Grow program?
Right now, our baseline budget is, I want to say, Navita, hold me honest, $9.7 million for about 2,000 slots in the baseline.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Aviles, followed by Brooks Powers.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you for being here. I have a couple of distinct questions. In terms of the one-year pilot for the financial literacy, what is the full cost of that pilot, and how many young people does it serve?
Give me 1 second. The pilot for the financial literacy and peer navigators, the total amount is $2.9 million.
And how many young people is it expected to serve?
I think it's the amount of kids who come to those programs. I can have Susan speak to that. But the funding primarily supports staff for those sites.
About 3,200 young people through workshops, individual coaching, and other kinds of activities.
Great. So, and while the mayor seems to be behind the financial literacy program, we don't actually see a clear allocation for it in the budget for the fiscal 24 budget. Is that correct?
So we have financial literacy in our SYEP program. We have financial literacy in our RHY program, and we have financial literacy in most of our program areas.
Right, but for this particular pilot program that we just discussed was exceptional and wanted to continue. Is this not, this 2.9 million is not in the projected budget moving forward?
And so I think those are still ongoing conversations with OMB.
Okay. In terms of, forgive me, we have to return to the adult literacy. Clearly, I have to underline all my colleagues who have said how critical this funding is. I'm having a really hard time understanding how there are no program cuts, how a concept paper is trying to meet halfway. We know it's clear that it's not at the full tilt, which we know we need, 2,700. Yet the numbers do not reflect that. So we have a concept paper that is agreeing to a 1,300 rate, and yet the executive budget numbers do not reflect that at all. So I'm having a hard time understanding how the program is not impacted when the money to actually implement that program is not visible. So can you, I don't know why I'm missing it, but there's a disconnect.
So there was a $2.9 million, $2.2 million PEG reflected in the November plan that's reflected in the budget. About 1.7, and I can get the specific number if you really need it in the book, but it's about 1.7 that's a revenue swap. That revenue swap has not been actualized yet, so that is what you're not seeing. And so that's the two, there's about, I can't see the 3.5, but there was a PEG that was reflected in the budget from the November plan. The difference that you're talking about is the underspending, the accrual savings that's reflected in the PEG. So there's not been a substantial reduction to the concept paper. DYC remains committed to the 1,300 PPP reflecting the concept paper. I understand that providers have advocated for 2,700. At this time, the funding that we have available supports 1,300 PPP, and we will continue to hear feedback, but we can only move forward with the funding that's available. But there has not been any substantial change to the funding that we have committed to the concept paper, and we remain committed to what is in there.
So in terms of, I guess, the numbers that we have the adult literacy in one document decreasing $15 million, and I have in another document a significantly more number. We seem to have a problem of OMB, DYCD, and the executive budget numbers all looking different.
I want to remind Council Aviles that a number of funding that we received this year was from the City Council. So there's about 13 million, I think 6.7, and then I think in the previous plan there's about 10 million, 5 million for language line, additional 5 million for slots, 6.7. So some of the gap that you're seeing is reflected that's council funding that came in the prior year. It's not necessarily funded with the baseline budget.
So from the modified to the proposed budget, we are not looks 26 million to 9.1 million. I'm having a problem with math.
And Councilmember Vilas, a lot of that money is coming from City Council. That money is not in our budget for FY24 yet. So if the City Council provides that funding again in the budget next year, it'll be reflected there. But the baseline funds in the budget is what you're seeing right now, and the difference is the funding that's associated with the City Council. If you're talking about that substantial gap, the 3.5 is what I was hearing earlier, but you're referring to different figures, and that's the funding that's associated with the City Council one-time funds.
Okay, well, we're gonna keep battling it out, and I will underscore the importance of adult literacy, particularly given the context of having the new arrivals in our communities. We were broken before. We had 65,000 new arrivals hitting our city, and we should be in abundance in this particular area because it is fundamental to stabilizing and integrating into the community, quite frankly, right? And so I just can't believe that we're still wrangling over really underfunding, quite frankly. One other question in terms of the, in terms of work, learn, grow. Obviously, there is a lot of support here for year-round funding for all young people. Can you tell me, I guess two things, I'm sorry. SYP, why were the Metro cards eliminated for young people? It seems incomprehensible that could be just written off, given this is a direct financial impact on young people, many whom contribute to their families. And riding the subway is quite expensive. Why was that decision made?
So the conversation is still ongoing, I assume, with the council and the adopted budget with the administration. So I wouldn't say it's been written off. I'm basically saying that the conversation is still ongoing. So the enhancement that was part of the SYP program with the Metro cards, we understand the need to be able to continue that program, but that's still ongoing conversations that is occurring.
Okay. I guess why I say it's written off is it should be in there. We shouldn't be having a conversation about it. Given the budget context and the surplus, by which we've heard quite a lot. I mean, OMB has already documented we have quite a significant surplus. Yes, we do have risk elements in the budget. Nevertheless, removing Metro cards from SYP students just seems absurd to me. So we will advocate for making sure that's in there. In terms of Work, Learn, Grow, obviously a program we support and would like to see expanded. I believe this council has been advocating for 5,000 slots, if not more. Can you tell me why the administration hasn't supported the growth of this project beyond the baseline allocation?
I wouldn't use the word not supported. But I just wanted to just focus in on the quality of the program, so we can talk about the quality of the program.
Well, I think we're not debating the quality of the program. We are suggesting here that we want it expanded significantly. And we want to see the administration standing behind it and funding it properly and fully at 5,000 slots. So I'm asking why the decision was made not to do so.
Well, I'm going to keep circling back to the financial situation that the city finds itself in, and being able to prioritize on those situations, right?
So the city has not prioritized youth employment for young people.
Understanding, as you mentioned before, the migrant crisis and the asylum seekers and where we are and where we are projected
And
to be.
unending overtime for certain city agencies.
And where we're projected to be, so understanding that situation and understanding that we still have some financial issues that we need to resolve, contractual issues at that. Those are still conversations.
Great. Well, for the record, let it show that this council stands fully behind, fully funding our youth services, and not lacking political will in where that money needs to be spent. It needs to be spent with our young people, not on NYPD unlimited overtime. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Joseph.
Thank you, and I apologize for some of the redundancy with questions. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your responses, because some of them are not necessarily hitting the nail on the head, if you will. And just kind of building on Councilmember Aviles, when we talk about the purchase of the Metro cards for DYCD's Summer Youth Employment Program, why was the administration unwilling to fund this? What was the reason? Because I hear you mentioning, like, the council can put it in, but why did the administration?
So I did not say that the council can put it in. What I said is that there were ongoing conversations between the
Sorry,
council
ongoing conversation. Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
But why did the administration not put it in?
Again, when we're talking about priority and priorities and funding, and I keep sounding the alarm, and I know that the council members, hear me, but again, we are approaching a situation, that we have to make budget decisions on, and I think that the mayor is very, very clear, and being able to ask our federal partners and our state partners for more help with the asylum seekers, also understanding that there are contract obligations that we still need to fulfill. So I'm not saying that, that the Metro card isn't important. I'm saying that there are other financial situations that are still in conversations, and we're still in conversations with OMB, and we're still in conversations with council and the administration.
To that point, when you mention asylum seekers, I imagine that there's going to be an additional strain on your agency beyond like just budgetary, but in terms of programmatic as well. And it just seems like the administration continues to fail to account for it in the budget. And I'm still unclear on what the administration's plan of action is. The asylum seekers have been coming in for about a year now into New York City. We keep hearing it's going to keep getting worse, it's going to keep getting worse. But all I'm hearing is go beat up on the federal government and the state, but what is the city's plan of action with what we have right now to address the needs of what we have right now? I'm not really hearing that.
So what you're hearing is the initiative that and the investment that we provided last year, and how we were in close contact with our providers who are running the RHY program, and the level of investments that we were able to come back, specifically Covenant House, where we were able to provide $200,000 in legal fees to be able for them to assist the migrant population. We are constantly monitoring and meeting with our RHY providers to make sure that we hear and we understand the resources that they need, and that we're having those conversations with OMB and the administration.
Also, countless CBOs have contracts with DYCD. As you know, far too many CBOs that have contracts with the city have not been paid on time. How is DYCD helping to ensure that more contracts are fulfilled on time, and how is this budget helping DYCD do so?
So I believe I mentioned to Councilmember Carl that, when I got appointed, we did a soup to nut review of the contracting process to make sure that we eliminate any fiscal barriers that are not embedded in law. And we've started to look at those changes and make recommendations to streamline our contracting process internally. But I also want to emphasize that this past summer, with the First Deputy Mayor and her initiative to get nonprofits paid, $6.2 billion was pushed through the system. And I know that the Chair Stevens, is going to say, well, those are monies that was already owed to the contractor, because that's what she says. But I also want to emphasize the fact that it was a 12-week initiative to push monies to, our CBO partners.
To expand what the Commissioner said, I just want to expand on that I said earlier. DYC has a very large FY24 continuation plan. We've sent out about 90% of the contracts to providers already. And so we are doing everything we can to ensure that contracts are registered on time by 7/1. And so in reaction to what the Commissioner mentioned as far as the consultant that came in and looked in, we've made changes already that we've already have 90% of the contracts out the door to providers to ensure that things can get registered. So, it's a team sport, and so we encourage the providers to submit documents as quickly as possible. However, for our contracts that were not registered, DYC also initiated additional advances. So as I said earlier, we have a 25% advance policy. We added additional advances. And so throughout this year to date, we added an additional 77 advances. We did initially 1,600, and so we added 77 additional, which served 27 contracts. So DYC advanced about in total $148 million to the sector last year, and for this upcoming fiscal year, we're trying to ensure that cash flow is not a major challenge, and so we're trying to make sure that we get contracts registered on time. So we're doing everything we can to make sure that we don't have a new backlog, so Chair Stevens doesn't say, you did what you were supposed to do. So we're making sure that this time we're doing it up front, and we're being proactive instead of reactive, and so we're doing what we can to address the issue.
And I want to make sure and emphasize that the First Deputy Mayor is razor focused to make sure. And not only that, with the creation of the Mayor's Office of Nonprofit with Karen Ford, she's also a true partner in making sure that, the voices of the nonprofits are being heard.
No, I appreciate that. And I know a lot of the questions spent some time on the Office of Neighborhood Safety, but I just had two really quick questions just to add to the conversation. One is, what are some of the challenges that this transition poses to DYC operations? So if you could list the 3 challenges, what would you...
They already said they don't have any challenges.
I never said that. I said that we were in conversation with Mark J.
What would be your 3 top?
We were in conversation with Mark J. because we're still going through the transition. Now, my first deputy commissioner had mentioned contracts as possible issues, but we haven't landed there to see exactly if there are issues. But
I hope not, because I have a program that's shifting from Mach J to DYCD, and it seems like it's been challenging in terms of communication.
Well, we would love to talk to you about those challenges, because one of the things that we do and we do well is outreach. So if we can sit down with you and you can explain those challenges, we can work towards that.
I would love to. I heard you were in my district, so next time we'll make sure that we connect when you're out there. Does the amount budgeted for fiscal 24 provide additional supports to help facilitate this transition?
As part of the new needs submission, OMB has provided the additional funding regarding headcount to ensure that we have a more seamless and smooth transition. Yes, we will anticipate challenges, but we're confident that we'll be able to effectively navigate them.
And is there okay, I'll take that. I'll have a follow-up conversation.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Well, at least they listed the challenges when you asked, because they said they didn't see anything when I asked. So.
And again, we're still transitioning.
That's why I asked for the top 3.
Councilmember Joseph, followed by Williams.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioner. How are you?
All right, how you doing?
I'm great. Question is, what kind of flexibility does the DYCD have in offering legal service providers to improve their ability to respond to the rising needs for complex immigration legal services as we see Title 42 will sunset tomorrow? We want to know, how are you guys getting prepared? We've been calling the alarm on this since 2021. This is not new. Councilmember Lewis and I, who was here earlier, we were under the bridge, at the borders, and we saw the numbers. We came back, we flagged it for the previous administration, we flagged it for this administration as well.
Right. So, I did emphasize the fact that, our providers, and we're in contact with our providers on a regular basis, and that one of the challenges that Covenant House did indicate was, hey, you know what, we need help with legal services. And we were able to, provide $200,000 in legal services for Covenant House. When providers talk to us, and as we're going through our weekly and bi-weeklies and monthly meetings with those providers, they are literally very vocal about what resources they would need. And I can honestly tell you that we're taking those very, very seriously, especially understanding, Title 42 and exactly what we're going to be seeing in the upcoming weeks.
There's already 24,000 people at the borders as this hearing is happening. So we operate in a place of crisis. We need to have a plan of action in order.
Absolutely.
And asylum cases are very complex, if you know anything about immigration.
No, they're very complex.
They take years.
And not only that, but there is lawyers in the legal profession handling that sort of skill is very far, where we see a lot of issues with being able to find competent attorneys to be able to handle those issues.
I know that at one point you had a $5 million RFP in a pot. Is that still available for legal services?
A $5 million pot for
immigration attorneys? There was an RFP out?
We didn't, I'm unaware of any RFP that was released for $5 million for legal services. I know the council added $5 million last year regarding language line, but there was no RFP that DYCD procured for legal services.
Okay, I hope this conversation continues, because this is, and I don't understand why we're not at a state of emergency. So.
And understanding exactly that you're on the ground, I know we haven't had an opportunity to really sit down and converse.
Oh, no, we haven't met, and I'm the education chair.
I know, and converse. So we definitely need to make some time to talk about that.
And I look forward to it.
We're putting it on the books.
Huh?
We're putting it on the books.
We're putting it on our books, and the chair, Stevens, and I will show it. We roll up together.
Okay.
We got you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Williams, followed by Juan.
Good afternoon.
How you doing, Councilman?
I'm good. How are you guys? Great. So at a hearing on my birthday, actually, it was asked, 3/29, the greatest day ever. It was asked why some schools have, so many schools have after-school programs and others don't. I guess this question is worded weird, but some communities have an overabundance of after schools while other communities don't. I don't know, it probably wasn't you, it was someone else from your administration responded that you are looking at an equitable distribution of after-school programs. Can you explain to us a bit of that process? I know it's just in March, but has there been any progress on that? Is this a funding issue that would prevent some schools from having more after-school programs than others?
So if we were talking about, our Compass and our Sonics, I believe our contracts have been extended for 2 additional years. But when we are talking about attendance, and as our program managers are going out, doing evaluation on attendance, trying to understand exactly in our portfolio why our community-based partners are struggling, some are, some aren't, with attendance situations. We're taking a look at that in DYCD and understanding exactly what those problems are and how we can be more efficient and not only efficient, but looking at it in terms of the boroughs and understanding exactly, what are the pain points? What are the pain points that we're having in programs?
Yeah, I know some programs are overcrowded and then some programs don't have attendance, so it probably has something to do with the type of program that they're offering, which actually brings me to my next question around Saturday Night Lights, and I know you fielded a lot of questions around that, but is there any plan or maybe future plans to create a more robust curriculum? So a lot of the providers that I spoke to, it's great because we're bringing the young people into a safe space, but the comment that I received is they're just throwing balls around like in the basketball court. So like what else can we do to provide more curriculum now that we sort of brought them into a safe space? So is there any plans to create a more robust curriculum, program development of Saturday Night Lights?
So one of the things that we do well at DYCD is adapt, right? So if we're talking with our community-based organizations and we're looking at the attendance and we're understanding that the goal is to attract young people to these safe space, we're constantly evaluating to see exactly what we're going to need to do that. If you know and you have ideas on how we can do that, we'll be very welcome to sit down and listen to your ideas and your feedback that you're getting from young people.
Okay, yeah, and you said evaluate, and the chair quickly leaned over and said,
I said evaluate
"Where's
our programs.
Okay. Can you provide that evaluate? Like, is that evaluation like reports or?
So our project managers, our program managers go out and we look at programs to see exactly if they need to adapt to a different curriculum in order to attract. But this is just standard, evaluation and evaluation protocols.
Okay, and just wanted to also support Councilmember Riley's idea around the pools. I know some Saturday Night Lights programs operate in spaces that have pools, like the one in my district. There's a pool at Roy Wilkins, and the other one that's going to be in my new district at the Y, they also have a pool there. So it might be easier to do than you think for some locations. Thank you.
Now, I understand, and we have a very good relationship with SQPA.
Actually, that Saturday Night Lights program, see, I wasn't going to go there, but that you brought it up, because that Saturday Night Lights program is actually not run by SQPA, it's run by Parks, which I think is crazy, because it should be run by a locally based organization, but you all have some Saturday Night Lights programs that are run by other city agencies, which
so
is
what I was getting ready to say
questionable.
is we have an excellent relationship with SQPA, who runs a significant amount of our programs. Having them as real thought partners on exactly, what we need to do to capture the interests of kids is what we're constantly doing in DYCD. Not saying that they are running the Saturday Night Light, saying that in that space at Roy Wilkins, we know that they're one of the major thought partners that we have out there.
Yes, and I love to hear that, because I actually agree that locally based organizations that know the community, that can bring people into the program, should be the ones that are a part of these programs. So it's very unfortunate to see in Queens, the DA's office is kind of like in the mix with some of the Saturday Night Lights programs, and so is the Parks Department. So again, you have other agencies sort of intermingling into this process, which to me really like waters down the type of programs we can offer to the community.
I respectfully disagree. Our Parks Department and our DAs, are very good thought partners, and we work very well with them to run programs.
I didn't say that they were not good thought partners. I'm just saying on the grounds.
Sure.
From my observations, I don't think that they're adequately delivering the services and bringing in the young people in ways that I feel are meaningful. And I don't think it's just the DA and the Parks Department. I think a lot of providers are also going off of what they're supposed to be held accountable for in their contracts, which is an issue that we have with CMS. What are you actually telling this organization to do? And if you're just telling the organization, just get some kids in and have them, play basketball, then that's what they're gonna do. But if there's more accountability from the agency side to say, hey, actually, let's get them in to play basketball and ask them if they need food, or ask them how they're doing in school, or funnel them to other services that they may need by just maybe asking questions or doing one-on-ones, then yes, you'll have providers or the DA or the Parks Department doing that type of work. So just want to add that.
And also, I just want to add that the DA sites are actually transferring to DYCD in FY24.
I missed what you said.
There are 13 DA sites that you're referencing. DYC will be operating them in FY24.
Great. So I guess they aren't much of a great thought partner since it'll just be DYC.
They will still remain as thought partners, Councilman.
Councilmember Abreu.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. DYCD, I think you have a thought partner in the council, should you want one.
Absolutely.
So my question is, we have a few cornerstone projects in our district throughout NYCHA. My question is, are there any advancements in an RFP to address the issues and retain staff for the programs? This is something that's, I think, asked earlier, but just want to get something on the record for that.
So our CBO partners, we work with them in capacity building, and we've done joint job fairs to make sure that they can retain, and not only retain, but also bring on new staff.
And do you have any idea of an estimate of funding that would be required to address the needs of the providers for these programs?
In terms of staffing appropriately, is that
Funding to address the issues that are coming as a result of the right sizing, so like retaining staff or adding positions.
We actually rely mostly on the CBOs to be able to tell us exactly what their issues are and what their staffing issues are. We're currently going to do a survey across program areas to understand exactly what positions they feel are hard to recruit positions, and how we can just tailor and focus on those positions as well.
Yeah. And my last question is, we often talk about summer youth employment programs, which we want to continue to support for. I'm a product from high school employment that were year-round, working at the New York Public Library in my own district. Wish these were opportunities that were available to kids other than myself. I guess, is there a plan, in the future for the administration to consider year-round youth employment in addition to summer?
We did comment on that, and there are currently 2,000 slots in our Work, Learn, and Grow program. So we're constantly talking with the administration and ONB to see exactly how we can grow that program, but those conversations are still ongoing.
Thank you, Commissioner. And also want to say thank you for working with our office regarding the slots that were under-enrolled last year. This year, I think we're seeing those numbers change, and I know that our office was working with you on that, and you made yourself available, you've come to my district, and you've done the outreach, so we're really grateful for that.
And I appreciate that. And yes, you are thought partner.
I know.
Okay, Chair Stevens to close us out with some questions.
Just really quickly, Councilmember Riley asked me to ask how much funding is allocated towards the Father Initiative.
Sure, give me 1 second. I can give you that information. Sorry, it's been a busy morning. Yes, fatherhood. In FY24 will be $2.8 million.
I'm sorry?
$2.8 million.
$2.8 million? Thank you. And just a couple of questions, a follow-up question from at our last hearing, we talked about having a meeting with providers around the RHY sites and the drop-in center around clarity, around sleep and no rest and all those things. And I have still heard from providers that there was no meeting that was had specifically around this to give them guidance. Could you give me a date on when you will be meeting with providers to give them clarity around the drop-in centers and the confusion around the no sleep and resting in the centers?
So we have been meeting with our providers in the RHY, specifically in the drop-in programs, just reiterating exactly what the guidance and also fielding their questions. But Susan, if you can.
I just want to say again, but as I did at the last hearing, that clearly there's a disconnect because this was a question that providers gave me today. And if you are meeting with them, they clearly are not getting the answers that they are looking for because they keep reaching out to me saying that they still need guidance. So I have been at some of your trainings before where there is a presentation, the chat is turned off, and then there's no time for questionings. So I just want to be clear that providers are saying that they still have not had a meeting and they still do not have clear guidance. But go ahead.
So in terms of the FAQs that we're working on, we are working on the FAQ to be able to specifically hone in on some of the issues in regards to drop-in centers and the compliance issues. But I can honestly tell you, and Susan is going to echo this, that we are in constant contact with our providers. If a provider is coming, is reporting to you that we haven't been speaking to them, I would like to speak to that provider.
Speaking to them and actually getting the guidance are not the same thing. Like I said, remember, I used to be a provider. I remember what those trainings would be. We would be on the webcam, there would be no room for questions, and the chat would be turned off. So if those are the meetings you're referring to, that is not a clear conversation about what program and guidance that they need because they're not able to ask the questions that they need.
Chair Stevens, after the hearing and your communication and at the commissioner's encouragement, I personally, with my staff, spoke with leadership individually at each of the 5 24-hour drop-in centers within the past week. We had conversations on the phone that were not time limited. What are your questions? How are things going? What have you learned? What do you need to know from us? What would you like to get in an FAQ? It was actually very valuable to have those one-on-one conversations. But I echo Commissioner to say, please be specific about anybody who still has questions. What are those questions? Because we really are, Commissioner has also said, like, engage more frequently, even more frequently, and we will continue to do that. But we definitely had conversations with all 5 of those drop-in centers.
I'm not saying that you don't, but as of this morning, I got text messages, and that was the same question. So there is a disconnect, and we need to figure that out.
I agree.
Thank you.
Commissioner and your team, thank you all so much. We look forward to working with you in the, as we head into negotiations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, members. Appreciate you.
Okay, with that, day 3 of executive budget hearings is adjourned. Thank you.